organic meat sack.
Alrighty, so today's show is going to be a dicey one all the way across the board because we've got two really, really big racially motivated, racial spurred events going on. In America, we have the Carmelo Anthony verdict, which, the truth be told, this is a good indicator for why at 250 years young, the United States really needs to consider our legal system. Because the average American doesn't understand what happened in the Carmelo Anthony case. They're being led around by the nose by social media content creators who really, some of my peers that make short form content are really good at what they do. Some of them are really just pieces of shit who want to inflame sentiment, because if I can make you angry about something and then you feel like I'm on your side about it, it keeps you addicted to the parasocial relationship that exists between content creator and viewer. My problem with it is that people are trying to compare the Carmelo Anthony case to the Cason Tyler Allison case, and the problem is these cases aren't the same. First and foremost, a lot of people are posting that Carmelo Anthony's attorneys did a poor job. They absolutely did. What people don't understand, and even lawyers that I talk to, they say, I don't do criminal law, so I'm the wrong guy to ask, because I have a lot of legal friends because I was pre-law in college. The defense in a standard case never has to put on a defense. Quite literally, the prosecution can put on their whole case. The defense does its cross-examinations, and then when the prosecution rests, the defense, in theory, can say, we have no case to put on, because they're not required to. The difference is, in the Carmelo Anthony case, they were using an affirmative defense. And in affirmative defense, you must absolutely present evidence for, because you're saying you're not disputing the crime. You're disputing ultimately the motive for the crime. I didn't kill that kid. I needed to defend myself. He died as a result of his actions attacking me, but my actions were justified because I was defending myself. Now, Carmelo Anthony's team put a witness on the stand who literally said it was Carmelo Anthony's fault. Who was wrong? Carmelo was. Dude, the defense puts on the witness that destroys the defense's case. I want to remind everybody, in affirmative defense, you cannot create the situation and then use an affirmative defense for the situation you created. I cannot, and we got to use words specifically here. Remember, assault is verbal until it's assault with a deadly. Assault is verbal. I cannot badger you and assault you, verbally berate you to the point that you become violent and then use an affirmative defense of self-defense. Because, I mean, you could try, but then it's well, did you verbally assault him? Did you mock him? Did you engage with him? Did you belittle him? Did you enrage him? Yeah, but I'm not responsible for his actions. Oh, but you are. We've already established that. You're the inciting factor. So your affirmative defense goes right out the window. A normal defense would work in that case. Hey, I was just using words, then he took to violence. The simpler solution is don't run around killing people. But people are caught up on comparing this to the Cason Allison case. Yeah, maybe defense should have vet their witnesses better. Absolutely. in Carmelo Anthony's case, his knife was not illegal. His knife was legal. Now, I'm confused by Texas law, and I will never profess to understand every state's law. I know Illinois law. I didn't teach in Texas. In Illinois, any weapon is a weapon. The state has its guidelines for what illegal knives are over a certain length, if they're spring loaded, if they're auto locking, right? It should have been second degree murder. Texas does not have such. That's the problem. Texas does not have the same murder breakdowns as other states do. And that's a big one. Other states have murder 1, murder 2, manslaughter, and then da-da-da-da-da. They do not they have capital murder, and capital murder is murder plus an aggravating factor. So you've got killing a peace officer, if you commit a murder while committing certain felonies, obviously murder for hire, killing more than one person, killing a child under certain circumstances, or killing while incarcerated. Those are all capital murder. So they have murder, they have capital murder, and then murder. Murder is intentionally or knowingly causing someone's death. I don't get down with intentionally or knowingly causing someone's death. I intended to defend myself. I did not intend to kill the person. Intend to cause seriously bodily injury and commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes death. Well, okay. Cause death during the commission or attempted commission of a felony other than manslaughter. Yeah, because they have manslaughter. Manslaughter is I meant to kill but less badly. It's not I meant to kill but less badly. It's you recklessly caused someone's death. He was never going to get that. Now, the trick is people are going back to this other this Casey Allison. Casey Allison was not found guilty of murder. The big one I keep hearing people say is, well, the black kid got 35 years and the white kid got 10 years. No. The black kid was found guilty of murder. He was in the murder silo. The white kid was found not guilty of murder, but guilty of criminally negligent homicide. So that's why Casey Allison wasn't found guilty of murder or manslaughter. He was found guilty of criminally negligent homicide. Now, this is a big problem I have with the justice system in America. What did the white kid do? The white kid had a regular knife, not a pocket knife, and he pulled it out during a brawl in a school bathroom. So, an individual named Ramirez, attacked Allison. Allison then pulled out a knife and the kid dying. Now, what I don't like what happened in Allison's case is that the judge added on a deadly weapon enhancement. I don't remember what Allison would have gotten in jail. Yeah, but remember, they don't have second degree murder. That's the problem. If Texas would adopt the standard degrees of murder that other states use, it would be easier for people to understand. But people are used to hearing like first degree murder, second degree murder, and then they get to Texas, and Texas is run completely different. What I don't like about our current court system, though, is this bullshit. So you've got murder, you've got manslaughter, you've got homicide. And what I don't like is that this shouldn't be a waterfall cup system. This shouldn't be, okay, I can't get you for murder, so I'm going to get you for manslaughter. The jury can come back. The jury says no to this. The jury says no to this. But the jury says yes to this. That's bullshit. And this is the first thing I would like to see changed about our criminal justice system. I think that if you have murder, then this is a box. You've got manslaughter, this is a box. You've got homicide, this is a box. The prosecutor should only be able to go after you for one. I don't think it's right that the prosecutor can put on a trial for manslaughter, and then when they don't get the conviction on manslaughter, the jury can return for homicide. What? That's not even what I was charged with. Like, in a black letter law sort of ruling, you found me guilty of a crime that I wasn't even being charged with. You charged me with something greater. Now, in the military, we use this falling down bucket theory, and it's horrible. The number of times stabbed is typically not a factor for moving from manslaughter to murder. Actually, it is. You say that's like saying if you shoot someone 3 times, it's manslaughter, before is now murder. Yes, absolutely. That is the mitigating factor. When did I neutralize the threat? Did I use deadly force? Because remember, people are confused with the use of deadly force idea. The force is deadly. I don't have a right to kill you. Like, I have a right. I have a right to defend myself. I stab you. You back off. You don't come near me again. Then I can't run up and keep stabbing you, because then I'm no longer the defender, I'm the aggressor. I stab you once, you back away from me. Yeah, the point is neutralized. That's the giving factor. That's the piece we need to add. Now, I do agree that Grumpy Old Man said no one get convicted, then most juries can't even understand the definitions. You're right. And that's why my second problem is how... If you've ever watched the movie 12 Angry Men, the player, the musical, or the movie, it's not a musical, the player, the movie. 12 Angry Men is a great showcase into how juries work. They're going to do the vote. 11 people say guilty. 1 says not guilty. The guy that votes not guilty says, all of you convince me. As they go on, as they pull apart the story, another person sides with not guilty. Another person sides with not guilty. That's jury deliberation. It's a really great movie as well, because you see one person's bias in the deliberation room was going to convict a kid for a crime he probably didn't commit. The white kid is guilty of murder, but he got lucky. The white kid was actually found not guilty of murder because his legal team put together a good affirmative defense for self-defense. Had the judge not added on the deadly weapon enhancement, that kid probably would have gotten 3 years. My problem is what Grumpy Old Man said. No one would get convicted because the juries can't understand the definitions. If the American population, he was found not guilty, which means he's not guilty. He's not still guilty by law of reality. We got to dump that whole mentality. We got to dump that whole mentality. The Constitution says you are innocent until proven guilty. If you're found not guilty, you're innocent. We've got to move away. Both sides of it. We got to move away from this bullshit where we say, because the reality was he was found not guilty. If we're going to live in a system where we say, oh, the jury was corrupt or they should have found, like, I understand that the judicial system is disheartening to some people because some idiot loses a bag of evidence and now you can't use that evidence in a guilty person. And in reality, in perspective, we know the person's guilty. but the evidence was mishandled. That's the state's fault. Because you can't get the case. I would rather live in a world where that happens and we get better police officers rather than convict people with shitty evidence. But we got to get professional juries. I think professional jury is something this country needs to highly consider. Number one, there was a big thing brought up that Carmelo Anthony had no black people on his jury. What does it matter if he has no black people on his jury? You have the right to a jury that is impartial, that has no bias against you. Some people are saying, well, if there was a black person on the jury, he never would have been found guilty. Well, then we're systemically getting into a really big problem. If the only way for a black person, the argument I'm hearing is that the only way for a black person to get a fair trial is that there's got to be a black person on the jury, because the belief is the black person on the jury wouldn't have convicted him. I'm sorry, in the Carmelo Anthony case, this was about as open and shut of a case as you can get. You're somewhere you don't belong, you get asked to leave, you make a threat, you follow through with the threat. I say this because every single person that went to trial for lynching black people in segregation era were found not guilty, but that doesn't make it so. Okay, here's the problem. Yes, it does. If you're not willing to accept the validity of the court's rulings, then you have no faith in the justice system, which is then we might as well just stop the whole process. Because if I'm going to get found not guilty at trial, like, for example, I'm adamantly against what happened to O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson was found not guilty of murder, but all of his money was taken away from him because he was found criminally negligent in civil court. I personally believe that the only way, right? The only way you can be sued civilly is after a guilty verdict. You would have to be retarded to have faith in the justice system. Okay, but you have to have faith in the outcome of the justice system. Because if you don't have faith in the justice system, then we might as well just move to vigilante justice. And I don't want to live in that. Plus, the also thing is plenty of white people were found guilty of lynching. So you tried to say nobody was ever found guilty. Lots of people were found guilty. The topic right now is the Carmelo Anthony case and all the problems in America and its justice system. And the problem is we have a very uneducated population. So, like, I brought up the point on Monday, and I apologize I couldn't be here on Wednesday. My daughter had an appointment in St. Louis. She asked me to drive her, and it was right smack in the middle of the show. The problem I have with the justice system is, what's a jury of your peers? They still have a chance to appeal, yeah. And Carmelo Anthony's legal team has a chance to appeal because of a what is it? A Batson ruling. People are making it out to be that Carmelo Anthony's jury was stacked against him because he didn't have any black jurors. Well, you're allowed X number of removals from the jury. So it's 4 or 5. It could be more, depending on the court, depending what the rules for that courtroom are. But you always have an unlimited number of challenges for bias. For example, you have like 5, let's say 5 throwaways. So what that means is, as you're trying to impanel the jury, right? And you come up in packs of, usually 12 to 16. So you all walk in, and no, you don't get to pick jurors. That's not how that works. You don't get to pick jurors. You get to remove jurors. But, like I said, the prosecution and the defense, I'm going to say they each got 5. I don't remember if it was 4 or 5. Yeah, jury duty is a lottery. So you get 5 just automatics. You can just, I want to get rid of that person. But you have an unlimited number of, for bias, for cause. So what does that look like? While you're talking to this juror, you say, are you related to the defendant? Yes. Your Honor, we'd like to excuse this juror because of bias. That doesn't count against one of your 5. That's a clear bias. You get over here and, right? You get over here and, do you know the juror? Or do you know the defendant? Yeah, he beat the shit out of me all through middle school. Your Honor, we'd like to dismiss this juror because of bias. The problem is when you get to your 5, I'm going to say 5. I believe they had 5. It might have been 4. I don't remember. If this is a black person and this is a black person, and the prosecution for no reason uses 2 of their challenges to excuse them, well, that's a problem, because that's what's known as a Batson challenge. That is, Batson versus Kentucky. The prosecutor cannot use their limited strikes to remove jurors. The defense can challenge the strikes, and then the prosecutor must give a race-neutral reason. So when they tried to dismiss this juror, the defense would say, I'm challenging this strike. What's the reason? And if the prosecution can't give a reason for other than race, well, then that juror should be impaneled. The problem I have with this all is you have the wrong people on juries. For example, I'm going to go a different direction, so we take it out of race for example. If you have a young woman, she's a fictitious young woman, we're going to make her 24 years old, and she was a track meet, first of all. Let's be specific. But you have a 24-year-old woman, she gets called for jury duty. She shows up, she's got a jury duty ticket in hand, and they feed it in, and it says, not to the public can't see this. Even the prosecutor and the defense attorneys may not be able to see this, but the jury selection people say, we're going to excuse you from jury duty. And she gets no explanation. She puts her ticket in, her ticket spits back out, and they say, nope, you're just excused from jury duty. Thank you for coming down. Here's your receipt that you came. Have a good day. Well, why? Why did this woman, when she showed up with her card and ID? Well, because right now they're looking to impanel juries, and 5 of the 7 juries they're trying to impanel are rape cases. And when she put in her ID and her card, it popped that when she was 18 years old, she was raped. Let's save everybody the fucking time. Why are we going to make her sit in jury impanelment process all day when there's a statistical probability you're going to pull her for a rape case? And then she's just going to get excused anyway. In the military, we have what's known as the quarterly panel. So, January through March, I was in the quarterly panel. I was one of 4, 5, 6. I was one of the 7 officers in the pool for jury duty. And then they have 7 enlisted that are for jury duty. Now, you're not going to get that many people. They have people there because you need alternates, and you need well, you don't need alternates, you need excusals. Well, because remember, enlisted individuals can choose to have a full enlisted panel, or they can choose to have officers and enlisted on their panel. Well, one jury, we went in, and here's me, and somehow my XO ended up, he was in the field grade officer, I was in the company grade officer pool. And so as we got sorted into the 10 panelists, these 4 were sitting in the back. They asked the question, like, is there any rank conflict of interest? And me and my XO both put up our hands. And they said, what's the conflict? And the XO answered, he's like, I'm his raider. And they said, okay, well, we have an 05 on the panel. We have an 01. We want the 02. We don't want the major. So they excused my XO because they wanted, it was an airman, and the airman would prefer a young lieutenant versus a major. I like the way the military does it because you have a panel of people and they might hear several cases in that quarter. I think in the one quarter I spent most of my time in the jury room. Yeah, between 1882 and 1968, 3,000 lynchings, less than 1% of the lynchings resulted in a criminal conviction. But now go one step further. How many resulted in a trial? See, just because something doesn't result in a criminal conviction doesn't mean it ever even got into a courtroom. We have thousands of unsolved cases of all types every year. Also, I'm not saying that there weren't people that were guilty. I'm not saying there were people who did it, who faced trial, who were found not guilty. If they're found not guilty, society must accept that they're innocent. Because if we don't accept that, then how can we accept any court ruling? If you're going to say, well, it just means you're not guilty, it doesn't mean you didn't do it. Well, that might be an argument, but I'm still innocent. No, you're not. You're just not guilty. Yeah, now I'll go up one level. I'm innocent until proven guilty. I was found not guilty. Thus, I am innocent of this. Well, it's because evidence wasn't great that I beat the game. But society should not be looking at me like I'm a criminal when I beat the system. It's kind of like the same thing on the other end of that. If you go to jail and you serve your time, you paid your debt to society. Then you get out of jail and everybody treats, all your records are public. You get treated like shit. You can't get a job because you have a record. Well, then what the fuck was the point of going to jail? Why didn't they just kill you? Because if you're going to get out of jail and not be able to make a life for yourself, then you haven't paid your debt to society. You're still paying your debt to society. If we can't get down around on the idea of what the justice system is supposed to do, then let's take the page out of the Chief Justices and Judge Dredd and say, we're going to extend the death penalty for lesser crimes. Reminds me of jury summons for a murder trial. They asked all of us, if you know any on this witness list, please raise your hand. I knew 6 people. Yeah, you were excused rather quickly. I got called for jury duty. They asked me why I can't serve. I told them why. I still had to go into the box. I told them why I shouldn't be there. And a couple of minutes later, they hadn't even gotten to me. The bailiff for the sheriff's deputy, I don't remember who it was, walked up, gave something to the judge. The judge says, hold on a second, you, pointed at me, yeah, you're excused. And the lawyers are like, what? He's like, he's excused. He's ineligible to be on this jury. We've got to fix the problem. We've got to fix the process. Yeah, the 1800s didn't exactly have the top tier investigative capacity. Yeah. Also, even today, we still have the problem of people will protect criminals. Notice I didn't say which group of people because they'll all do it. People will protect criminals. I guess they want criminals in their society then. There was some fucked up stuff that happened. It doesn't mean that every white person arrested is Ted Bundy. It also means that every black person arrested is not Nelson Mandela. Yeah, it's on the individual. This country has done some fucked up shit. which is why we need to look at the situation. But we're using this Carmelo Anthony thing. Oh, well, it's because of racism. How the fuck do we get to racism? You tried to put on an affirmative defense. An affirmative defense means you're admitting to what you did, but you're providing a justification. You're providing the justification of why. Like, I come home and there's a guy sexually assaulting my wife. There will not be a trial for him. Because I can almost guarantee you my use of force, nullifying his threat to my wife, will be lethal force many, many times over. Because I was taught a very valuable lesson, which is why I didn't get into a lot of fights. In a fight, I don't fight to win, I fight to kill. Because if I'm fighting to win and the other person's fighting to kill, I'm probably going to die. Because we are no longer equal competitors in this scenario. Likewise, I was also taught when they are on the ground, you advise them to stay on the ground. If they get back up, they're no longer on the ground. You hit me, I'm not trying to knock you out. I'm trying to arrange your communication with your deity. Whichever direction you're gonna go. If I knock you down, stay down. If you stay down, we don't have a problem. If you get back up, we have a problem. You're in my house assaulting my wife. We already have two really big checkboxes of you're a really big problem. My wife's safety becomes my number one concern. Your life, you have decided to throw your life away. Now, how do we apply this to Carmelo Anthony? Dude, you got asked to leave. Stand up and leave. But it's raining. Go under your fucking team's tent. Get up. And that would be like me walking into the other team's dugout in baseball. Oh yeah, it's raining. Dude, your dugout's right over there. Fucking go. What was the race of several of the people who testified against Anthony again? Well, black and white testified against Anthony, and one of his own witnesses torpedoed his case. When you start applying the past to current cases, you are removing the objectivity. Right. It does. Which is also why I don't like when the police automatically look at somebody as a suspect because they have a conviction for a similar crime 15 years ago. There's a theft in your neighborhood. And every time there's a theft in your neighborhood, the cops come to your house because 15 years ago, you boosted car stereos. And you're like, what the fuck, man? I got caught. I did my time. I got out. I did my parole. You shouldn't be bothering me. In 15 years, I haven't even gotten so much as a speeding ticket. Why are you fucking harassing me? Because it's the way they've always done it. Who are the usual suspects? We've got a really big problem in this country that we can't see.
You ripped it out.
We can't see past the race. We're turning everything. We are turning absolutely everything into the race of the people involved, not the facts of the case. And we need to get past that. Because we are stuck in a. If people make racist arguments either for or against the Carmelo Anthony situation, then we're still stuck in racism. With the facts that were given, any jury anywhere should have convicted this kid.
If a 300-pound man is beating me, like on top of me and beating me down, I'm not limited to fist.
No, if a 300-pound man is beating you down, you are a woman. If you have a means of force, you could use that.
I would argue that even the only time we go into things like people's hands being considered deadly weapons is typically like if they're a professional boxer or that kind of stuff. But I think
no, we don't actually. No, we don't. People's hands aren't lethal weapons if they're a professional boxer. Certain arguments can be made at a certain mastery of boxing, a certain mastery of martial arts, a certain mastery of combatives, but for the most part, no. Just because a guy's they're deadly weapons if they caused death. If you bludgeoned a person to death with your fists, yeah.
By the time you start getting to like football player, good argument. Good freaking argument. We're not talking about like the golfers. We're talking about football players, right? Like,
what the fuck? What the fuck? So you have a bias against football players. Is that all football players? Is that against the quarterback, the punter, the safety, and the lineman? Or are we like, what fucking argument are you making?
This is what they are trained to do, is to inflict like serious physical contact. And it's my understanding that the decedent was that.
So this, I would have stabbed him too. She's off on a fucking tangent of irrelevance. What does it matter? To think this person helped pass federal laws? Yeah,
if a 300-pound man.
That's my problem. What's your justification? What's your justification for the use of force? I don't have faith for most of the systems. I don't have faith in the justice system, the healthcare system, or the education system. I don't have faith in any of those systems either. I don't have faith in much anymore because we're seeing firsthand there's no reason for us to have faith in these systems. Yeah, she been watching the mixed martial arts NFL or something. Right. We've got to get past this racism thing. But now here's the problem. I say we got to get past the racism thing. And for some of you of Irish descent, some of this is going to be difficult to watch. That is not the Ireland thing.
All shops in Belfast have been ordered to close at 4 o'clock or 4:30, and all men over the age of 18 have been called to the streets. Is this the straw that broke the camel's back? They've had enough over there now.
This is a country taking its country back, right?
This is what Belfast looked like on Tuesday evening. Hundreds of masked men walking down the streets, carrying bottles, setting bins on fire and shouting "foreigners out." This came after a knife attack in the city on Monday night. A video of Monday's attack started circulating widely online around an hour after the incident. I'm not showing you the whole video because it's too graphic. It shows a man kneeling on another man and attacking his head and neck with a knife. 3 people then tried to intervene. Less than 12 hours later, on Tuesday morning, local police said a man in his 30s, believed to be Somalian, has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. Just over 2 hours later, the police updated the statement to say the attacker was Sudanese, not Somalian as initially believed. Later on Tuesday, police confirmed they had no information to suggest this was terrorist related. On social media, calls to take to the streets in response to the knife attack continued. Police in Belfast began issuing warnings calling for calm, but an evening of violence followed. BBC journalists reported that a bus was set on fire, where more than 100 people gathered in the east of the city. In nearby residential streets, a house and cars were set alight, forcing families to flee their homes. In the north of the city, more cars were set on fire. And in the west, multiple homes were burnt out and an African food shop set alight. The family of the victim in Monday's knife attack said the unrest was not welcome, and police said they would put more officers on the streets.
Hold on, I got to deal with Okay. So let's see. IRA spinning up again. We'll get there.
This is what Belfast looked like on
there.
Tuesday evening. Hundreds.
The town of Belfast, Ireland was set on fire last night. And unlike in 2020 when similar things were happening in the US, the media has not called these mostly peaceful protests. And they've come out in full force condemning this wholeheartedly, saying that it is a terrible, terrible thing to happen to society, but they're leaving out one small detail. That detail being the thing that started all of this. So I figure if they're not going to tell you what really went down, I guess I'll have to. On Monday, June 8th, in Belfast, Ireland, a 30-year-old man from Sudan originally, named Hadi Alodid, tried to remove an Irishman's head from the rest of his body. The entire incident is on video, and I obviously can't show it to you here. You can go online and look it up if you're that curious. The victim has been identified as Stephen Ogilvie, a 40-year-old Scotsman who is partially deaf. He lost his left eye completely. His right eye is severely damaged. He suffered deep cuts to his head and face and long lacerations along his back. He, as of right now, remains in serious but stable condition. And yet, for some reason, in all of the posts I see online and all of the articles the media releases about it, they seem to forget this really important detail. I wonder why.
He tried to decapitate him, yes. The man has massive head trauma to his face. He lost an eye. He'll probably lose the other eye. He's already partially deaf. Yeah, he was trying to decapitate him. He was trying to remove his head.
You attacked an Irishman in Ireland. Nobody told you. Do you have a television? Read books, comic books, pamphlets, history books? Nothing. Is it bad? Yes. Will they be angry? Also, yes. What happens when they get angry? Have you ever seen Patriot Game? In the Name of the Father. The Crying Game. The Wind That Shakes the Barley. Boondock Saints. Braveheart. Have you ever heard the community singing? Nothing. Well, what should you do? You should move. You don't want to move. I understand. Move anyway. Okay then, are you Catholic? Would you consider becoming Catholic? Would you cosplay? Yes, it matters. In point of fact, you should probably change your name from John to Sean. Today is good, yes. Reasonable people. They are reasonable people when they're not angry. What happens when they get angry? They sing and start clubs with 3 initials. Dangerous. Also yes. How do you know when it's time to leave? Now. Oh, in the moment. If you hear Aaron go bragh, you should have left before that. I reiterate now. Who's unsafe? Anyone not from Belfast. Will Keir Starmer help? I hate to keep coming back to this history thing, but, you know, British government, this part of the country, nothing ringing any bells. So no, Keir won't help. Yes, he probably will make it much worse. How? He'll tell them what to do. No, they don't like that at all. Buy them a drink and talk it out. They'll already be drinking, which is another indication it's not safe. Too much? Not for them, no. Are they unruly when they drink? Yeah. Are they tough? Yes. How tough? Well, I know how angry I can get, and all the Irish DNA I've got left in me is the stuff from the potato famine people who got going when the going got really tough. And I would sooner kick a hornet's nest after ripping off my own skin, but before being doused in gasoline, than attack an Irishman in Ireland. I can only imagine the level of grit possessed by someone who stayed behind and learned to sing the songs. What song? Really, nothing ringing a bell. And this really happened. Someone attacked an Irishman in Ireland. Yes, I keep coming back to that. I'm not past that point in the conversation. An incredibly bad idea. Did they do any research before they came to that part of the world? Why don't they like diversity? When they went other places didn't really like diversity. It was a different time, but you know, they're still a little sore about it. Tell them it's time to move on. No, I do not think that would work. Have you ever told an angry woman to calm down?
This is okay. This is what people have to understand. You take a country, and by the way, you have Ireland and you have the Republic of Ireland. You have Northern Ireland and you have the Republic of Ireland. And this is the only place in the world that Britain didn't fuck off from when it was stopping its era of colonialism. they don't, this isn't gonna go away. This, people got to understand, this ain't going away easy. They want all the foreigners out now. They want everyone gone. The Catholics and the Protestants have put their shit on pause. And their shit's been going on for 514 years, 512 years. And the Catholics and the Protestants are like, hold up. It's really bad when the Catholics and the Protestants decide. But yeah, these are all the homes of immigrants. Seems the reaction should be against street crimes and not Somalis. Well, the thing is that Ireland is the dumping ground. If you're not familiar with why Ireland is so angry about this, because there are no routine immigration checks between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. Because of the Good Friday Agreement, there is to be no restriction on the free travel between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Because of that, it's a back door into the UK where people go to Ireland and then they go into Northern Ireland and then they're in the UK and they're allowed to stay there. The government of the Republic of Ireland a couple of years ago invited a bunch of refugees, and the citizenry was like, fuck off with that. And this was when Ireland was already in a state of unrest about a lot of other things. So yeah, they're not happy. And then we're seeing this, and ladies and gentlemen, let me show this one. Yeah, the new mayor said, somebody said that the riots are far worse than they acted the guy getting his head cut off. Okay, but this is the shit that should scare you. Now, this is not accurate. That somebody posted this. Now, to my knowledge, the ICA isn't suddenly being, I mean, for all I know, they could be. We don't have enough information here. If you're not familiar with the ICA was a socialist militia in 1913. They were a labor party. They were a militant labor party. Like most things in Ireland before 1997, the word militant is going to be in front of it because they were very militant. They were very terrorist tactic orientated. But this is what happens when you have a country that's just pushed one step too far.
Citizens of Ireland, we address you tonight with a heavy heart, but with a firm resolve. We are the Irish Citizen Army, also known as the ICA. We created the rebirth of the ICA of 1913. We are all citizens, fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, driven to finally take action on the intolerable corruption which is forced on us by the Irish and British governments. We also believe that the British government has no right in Ireland, has never had any right in Ireland, and never can have any right in Ireland. We represent all of Ireland's 32 counties. We refuse to witness the suffering of our citizens. Our Irish citizens refuse to be treated as second-class citizens on their own island. We, the ICA, refuse to witness our heritage and culture being erased. We refuse to witness the suffering and killing of innocent Irish citizens. We, the ICA, will fight for Ireland. We, the ICA, will take the necessary steps to achieve our goals.
We're in a situation now where, yeah, the ICA is only a letter from rekindling of the IRA. I understand people's hatred, their upsetness. And we're gonna have to wade through a lot of muck and a lot of blood and a lot of shit, a lot of offended feelings and to get to a good point here. Why are the refugees from all of these countries not welcomed in any other country? Why? And the answer is, specifically when they're Muslim. Anybody that's been on my show knows that I have a love for all three of the Abrahamic religions, because it's all the same pizza. They're just arguing over who's the better delivery boy. But they expel radicals. They're not welcomed in their country, but Europe, wanting to be politically correct and not offensive, said, oh, well, we have to let him in. Why? Why are we letting in immigrants? And if you've been on my show, I talk about this in America. America has 7% unemployment, which means more than 7% of America's working age people don't have a job. Now, why more? Because remember, when you see the unemployment rate is the total number of people that are collecting unemployment benefits in that month, in that quarter, in that time period. When people fall off because you only get 26 or 52 weeks of benefits, depending on the time, depending on the year, depending on the era, depending on the circumstances going on in the country, whatever have you, you collect unemployment benefits for 26 weeks. On week number 27, your state stops reporting you as unemployed. But you still might not have a job. 7% of American working age males don't have jobs. If 7% of your country doesn't have work, you should have zero immigration. Because that just makes sense. We have people that have no means to take care of themselves. They have no means to earn. Why are we inviting more people in? My state is one of the worst states with this idea of undocumented immigrants somehow have Medicaid. The reason why they have Medicaid is because when they go to the hospital, if you don't have documentation, if you don't have insurance, the hospital still has to treat you. Which personally, I'm not sure if I even agree with that anymore. I used to. But yeah, 7.7% right now. And that's the rate. That's not all the people that have fallen off of it. That's just the total number of people collecting unemployment benefits. A hospital needs to get reimbursed from the state because remember, the states have a law that say you can't turn away people in need. Well, the hospital says we're a private business. If you pass that law, then you have to reimburse the hospital. So the way they get reimbursed is by issuing them a Medicaid number. Now that Medicaid number is not supposed to give them access to anything else. But when people input data wrong and you send them out a Medicaid card, then those people now have Medicaid. There should be a completely different isolated system. But the Democrats in my state want to have a blurring of the numbers. But why are they unemployed? That matters too. Yes, it does, but not for the top level discussion. The top level discussion is if you have 7.7% unemployment, then your immigration number should be 0. Because if you have them unemployed, that means they need a job. You shouldn't be importing competitors to the jobs. And then people will say, oh, well, we're a nation of immigrants. We were a nation of immigrants 250 years ago when we didn't have a population. Now we have a population. We produce enough people. We produce too many people. And well, it's racist if you close the border. How the fuck is it racist to want to care about your countrymen before you care about other people? Everybody gets this well, not everybody. Most people get this. You take care of you, then you take care of your family, then you take care of your neighborhood, then your community, then your town, then your county, then your state, then your region, and then your country. I disagree. You can't base immigration on numbers without looking at the reasons. No, watch this. Yes, I can. Here's why. Ready? I don't need to look at the reasons. 7.7% of the country has no job. So at some point, this 7.77% of the country has to get a job. Now, all these things that you're talking about, why they don't have a job, those are great reasons. But for the immigration look, they're completely irrelevant. I'll get to your reasons. You say, if someone is refusing work that they think is beneath them, an immigrant is willing to do that work, then there you are. That's the fucking problem. You're literally creating the fucking problem. Because this person then gets on tax, payer, provided, everything. If your immigration rate was 0%, no, the guy creating the work is the problem. At the same time, if you fill the job, if there's one job to fill, you have to force this guy to go do the job. When you let this job get filled by this immigrant, now you gotta fucking feed and house and give medical care to the guy out of the taxpayer bracket. That's why you're like, these don't matter. Yeah, they do matter. Because how do you force him though? Real simple. Ready? How do you force him? As I've said previously, back in the day when you were on unemployment, you didn't, for those of you that aren't familiar with the 90s, you didn't get an unemployment check sent to your house. You went to the unemployment office on your day of the week, and your day of the week wasn't negotiable. The day you showed up at the unemployment office, they assigned you a day. Every week on that day, you had to show up with your sheet that said how many jobs had you applied for, and then you needed names and references and numbers. And then when you walked in, you gave them the sheet, they gave you your check. Unless you had been pulled for the lotto, you won something, you had to go sit in a fucking bank of chairs while somebody along the wall called you in, they took your form and they said, let's call job number 2. Hi, is this Walmart, blah, blah, blah? Yeah. An individual came in and filled out an application. Yes, you have to disclose to me. I am the unemployment office. He does have an application on file. Thank you. Thank you so much. Here's your chit. Go back up to the front. They'll give you your check. If they called on your reference list and nobody had fucking heard of you, you didn't get your unemployment check that week. That's how you do it. You get people should not be able to collect an unemployment check sitting at home every fucking day. The unemployment office, getting free money from the government, should be as painful as possible so that it is just fucking easier to go get a job. Well, what about the people who can't work? Those people that can't work aren't getting unemployment. The people who legitimately can't work get taken care of by a completely different agency. Also, ironically, just because you can't work and you get taken care of by one agency doesn't automatically give you access to other things. It's another fucking stupid problem. But the answer to the problem isn't to allow immigration. And I'm saying this as a fucking immigrant. I'm saying this as not even a first generation American, because I'm a dual citizen. So I consider myself a half generation American. My father's an immigrant. My father had 4 sons and a daughter. 2 of my siblings don't live in America. As much as I love my siblings, if they wanted to come to America, they should have to fucking already have jobs. And then the question is how do you already have a job? Right? H-1B visas. I love H-1B visas. They're great. They're filling a technological need in the United States. The fact that an H-1B visa exists should automatically be a pull on our education system. Hey man, we gave out 57,000 H-1B visas last year. To what? Doctors and engineers. So what? Why the fuck is the American school system not producing 57,000 doctors and engineers a year? Why are we outsourcing? Nobody wants to think of it that way. Because everybody just wants to fix the problem. The problem is when you fix a symptom, you're not fixing the problem. I am not your doctor. I am not giving you medical advice. But when I'm running a fever, unless I have to be somewhere where the fever would be inconvenient, I don't take fever reducer because the fever isn't a fucking symptom. A fever is the body's response to killing whatever the fuck is wrong with you. Now, when your fever gets to a certain point and you start cooking off brain cells, yeah, take a fever reducer, take an ice bath. If it doesn't break, go to the hospital because now your body needs a tag team partner. But people, they're like, every fucking day that they're sick, it's the weekend. Oh, I don't want to feel shitty on my weekend, so I'm going to jack myself up with Dayquil. Why, you building a deck? You doing some roofing? No. Well, then get in your bed, hydrate, be under a fucking blanket, sweat it out. I don't even know what that is. Fun fact, that's how Denmark works. If you don't fill out enough job searches that month or refuse a fair job, then bye-bye, sonny. Yeah, exactly. The movie Renaissance Man with Danny DeVito was a great example of this. You go in for your unemployment check, and they're like, oh, you're qualified to teach, so go teach. I remember being a business owner and contacting the unemployment office because they were a really great fucking resource for finding people. Hey, I'm opening a new bar. I need 3 bartenders. Do you have anybody whose fucking work history is a bunch of bartending work? Yeah. Send them the fuck over. You used to type up a little card on a typewriter. When unemployment are given jobs, then we accept immigrants. We accept immigrants when the country can accept immigrants. Our school system is failing. Our healthcare system is failing. We have a housing crisis. So right now in this country, everybody agrees that we have about 340 million people in America. 49.5 million of those are legal immigrants, documented immigrants. And 12 million of that, at least, is undocumented immigrants. You know how you solve your fucking housing crisis? Get rid of 62 million people. If we just do some real simple, right? 49.5 plus 12, 61.5 million people, right? We divide that by 4. You get rid of 15 million households. Holy fuck if you just didn't solve the housing crisis. Because we only have 600,000 homeless people on any given night, and we're about to get rid of 60 million people. Well, why do we want to get rid of them? Because, right, but it's all related. The unemployment argument. Get rid of them. Why should America open its doors to people when we don't take care of our own? Our country is in a fucking terrible state. 54% of the country reads at below the 6th grade level. Maybe taking 15 million kids out of the public school system, as many as 30 million kids, because that was 61.5 million people. Divide that by 4 to 15 million households. Mom, dad, 2 kids. Let's take between 15 and 30 million school kids out of the system and see if that doesn't fix the problem. So again, when unemployed people are given jobs, we can then fill what's left over in job openings. What left over? There won't be any left over. What left over do you think there would be? If you have 7.7% of your country unemployed, but we talk about millions unemployed and we create jobs in the 100,000s, when is everybody going to be employed? See, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get to some end agenda, and you don't want to talk about we don't have enough jobs for everybody. So why are we driving to this fact of what's your goal? As of the most recent 7.618 million open jobs, 7.3 million. Okay, let me stop you because I've already prefaced this. There are 7.3 million unemployed people collecting benefits. That is not the total number of people that are unemployed. as I've said it now multiple times, on January 1st, you go on unemployment. Every week, right? Every week that they do the roster, you're unemployed. Now at week 26, you're no longer, or week 27, 26 into 27, you can't get any more benefits. You fall off of the roster. But you're still not working. So I don't know what number you came up with. Unofficial includes some people who no longer qualify for unemployment benefits. I don't know exactly what you're looking at. Your numbers don't match the most recent numbers I looked at. Because I pulled the Bureau statistic report. The last time I read it, there were 7.7 million men alone who didn't have jobs. Able-bodied working age men, 7.7 million didn't have jobs, and you have 7.3 million people. So I don't know what you're looking at. Okay, that's funny. You're getting your numbers from the official reports. Then fucking put the link in. Because that doesn't look like the official report. It looks like a Google search. So give me the link to the actual report, and I'll go look at it live. Unemployment rate is 4.3% between March and April. The total unemployed is 7.3 million people from their numbers. Labor force participation, 61.8%. There's 7.6 job openings, with a higher rate of 3.2%. You understand that 7.6 million job openings doesn't mean there's 7.6 million jobs, right? It's the big thing that we have the lawsuits going on right now. People are suing in California, New York, Illinois, lots of places because companies are just collecting resumes. Let me grab a number for you. Because I love when people who don't actually do this want to start like trying to bombard me with Google. Hold on, give me one moment. Now, where's that report? Major labor market indicators. The survey of households continue to show no change. Unemployment rate held at 4.3%. The number of unemployed people at 7.3 million. Table A1. So exactly what I've said. This is how many people they're tracking who are collecting benefits. What about the rest of them? Which I prefaced multiple times. We track the total number of people who are collecting benefits. So we have 7.3 million people. We have 7.3 million people collecting benefits, and we have 7.6 million jobs posted, which we know every single one of those jobs isn't a valid, legitimate job. And we know that we have more than 7.3 million people that need a job. So what part confuses you at this point? No, you're a fucking tool. You're a tool because you did a Google search. I'm glad you're out. See, this is the problem with people. They think that they're smart because they can do a Google search and they don't actually dig into it. There's 7.3 million people officially unemployed. There's an additional 5.5 million people unemployed, but not on regular unemployment. There's a 6.2 million people not in the labor force, but say they want a job. So if this guy had done his fucking math, there are 13.5 million people outside of the labor force. 13.5 million people, and their statistic shows 7.6 million jobs. What the fuck are we going to do with the other 6 million people? The problem is you're 7.3 million people over and over and over again. That's the official unemployed number. There's 6.2 million outside the labor force that want a job, but they've fallen off benefits. The problem is that person had an agenda. They want to get to the point where I'm going to say immigration is good. When is immigration good? Immigration is good when you're not $39 trillion in debt. Right? Immigration is good when you have a surplus. Immigration is good when you have a need. For example, H-1B visas. As I've always said, I like the idea of H-1B visas. Let's bring over the best and the brightest to fill our need. I think when Donald Trump took office and he had that bullshit where he clamped down on this highly fucked up immigration policy, and then a teacher going to I believe it was Johns Hopkins, a foreigner going to Johns Hopkins to teach liver transplants, and I know it was liver transplants, I believe it was Johns Hopkins, was denied entry to the United States. Well, first of all, let's look at the silo. Second of all, let's talk about why aren't we producing enough surgeons that can do liver transplants that can also teach? You are mistaken. It's 8.1% right now. 8.1% of total labor force is 13.8 million. Yep. And 13.8 million is exactly my number. So I would say your number is valid because we got to the same number looking at completely different documents. But that's the problem you have. You have the problem with people that they don't understand the way unemployment is tracked. Unemployment is easy to track when you're only tracking the people you're sending a check to every week. But when they fall off that, who tracks them? Now, some people are going to say, but they still contact you. You're right, they do. How many people return their postcards? How many people take the phone call? How many people fulfill the survey because they're not getting anything out of it? We already know we have people that deliberately won't take a job until they have to. Look at what happened during COVID. During COVID, the federal government gave a $600 federal kicker to the unemployment checks. Right? And so there were people that were able to go back to work, and they didn't because they wanted to get their they wanted to get their $600 a week plus their unemployment. The U6 number should be the U6 number should always be as close to what you're going to get because it does incorporate those on benefits and those looking for work. And yeah, the number is 8.1, which, and again, the number is 8.1, but it's not 8.1 of 340 million. That's the other thing people do. They try to take 8.1 of 340 million. Well, first of all, take off the immigrants and then take off the children and the outside of the working age. So, which causes problems in our numbers, which I'll foot stomp. When grandma is still working at McDonald's 25 hours a week, some grandmas are working at McDonald's because they're bored. Right? Some people have jobs because they're simply bored of life. They don't want to lay down. They don't want to die. They don't want to be in a nursing home. They don't want that shit. They want to have a job. They want to be active. There was a wonderful woman worked at the McDonald's up where I taught DV class. She was there every Saturday morning. I used to laugh. Yeah, about 170 to 177 million current U.S. available workforce. Somewhere in that range. Because it takes out the sick, the lame, the lazy, and the young. The old and the young. But we've got the people that want to be part of the conversation until... Why are you driving to... What is your point that says immigration is good? Immigration is bad. Immigration is bad. Think of immigration the same way the U.S. military thinks about armed conflict. We want to solve the problem over there, so it's not here. I've shown pictures of East St. Louis. East St. Louis looks like a war zone. It looks like Somalia. Immigration is always bad. Immigration can be good when it's the right. It's, for example, if I emigrated to Ireland, okay, I'm a citizen. My family would be coming. They would become part of the culture. My one really Mexican-looking daughter probably wouldn't fit in very well, but the other ones would fit in fine. Immigration is bad when they're fleeing a problem. Yes, immigration is bad when they're leaving their problem behind to come here. Immigration is also bad when the immigrant thinks they're a colonizer. For example, no racism, but just facts. Muslims going to Japan and then saying it's disrespectful that they serve pork buns. That's all the restaurant serves is pork buns. That's what they make. That's this restaurant's deal. And they're like, well, we need an alternative. We don't do an alternative. You're not coming to our country as immigrants. You're coming to our country as colonizers. Like, I see people in the bullshit TikTok all the time. Should pork be served in school with Muslim students? Yes. Yes, it should. Yes. Pork should be served in school even if there's Muslim students. Why? Because they don't have to eat it. But Americans like pork chops and Americans like bacon. I know a kid, he went to my high school. It was a Catholic high school. He was Jewish. First of all, I fucking don't understand. But in the building, he was the only Jewish kid. He could not go to the cafeteria to eat because if you're an Orthodox Jew, you understand that you can't eat at a table where kosher hasn't been kept. So he had basically, he knew this was what he was getting. He had basically an old abandoned broom closet that they cleaned out. They dusted, they painted, they put a good light in it. And he had a key to this little broom closet, had a little mini fridge in it, so that he had somewhere that was his for the 4 years he was at the school so that he could eat. He basically went and he ate and he read because he can't eat at a mixed cafeteria table. But it was a Catholic school. They would have been well within the rights to say, fuck no, we're not making an accommodation to you because we are a Catholic school and you came here. We've got to fucking slap people until they get smarter. I don't know. Like, you're asking for an accommodation. When you pass up multiple other countries to go to one specific country, it's called moving, not being a refugee. Right. I agree with you. Our space program benefited a lot from German immigrants. I do agree with you. America has benefited greatly from immigrants. But now, I think where we're at right now is that America needs to turn inward for 2 or 3 generations because we have problems. We have a country tearing itself apart right now because of Carmelo Anthony. Most of you don't even understand, not you guys, but the country doesn't understand his legal team. His parents had raised over $1 million, but they got fucking the Yellow Pages bargain Timu wish bin lawyer defense team. America needs some self-care. Yes. Many countries have benefited from immigrants. Full stop. Now we need to fix a bunch of problems that's also brought with it. Yeah. One of the things I'm talking about is jobs. Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, AOC, they all talk about if we raise minimum wage. Okay, California did that. California raised minimum wage. California as a country, if California broke away from the United States, California would be the 4th largest economy in the world. Except they raised the minimum wage and then they caused unemployment. We're going to raise minimum wage to $20 an hour for fast food workers. Domino's announced today they're firing 1,500 delivery drivers effective immediately and turning pizza delivery over to third-party services. Fast food workers, $20 an hour. All in California, a bunch of mom and pop places closed. And people said, oh, well, the mom and pop place didn't have to close because they had less than 50 workers, so they didn't have to pay. Okay, let me show this example because some people don't get it. On a street, you have McDonald's and you have Jay's. We both serve burgers, fries, and shakes. McDonald's pays $20 an hour. I can only pay $13. I have the exemption to the $20 an hour minimum wage because I don't have 50 employees. Every good worker is going to go to McDonald's. Every hardworking person is going to go to McDonald's. And McDonald's is going to be able to shit can all of their slugs. Because when you don't have enough workers, you keep the slugs on staff. When you raise the minimum wage, and now you have better applicants, you get rid of the slugs. Now who am I stuck hiring? The slugs. Because $21,000 difference a year, it's hard to keep somebody loyal if they're not, well, why don't you pay $20 an hour? Because I can't. Because I can't afford it. Because my margin, my profit margin is already small. Well, how's McDonald's doing it? Simple. Number one, what has McDonald's done? McDonald's has moved to, you get rewards through the app. They've taken the labor out. Remember when McDonald's used to have 2 windows? Some still do, some don't. You pull up to a menu, you order, you pull up to the first window, they take your payment. You go to the second window, you wait for your food. Yeah, a lot of McDonald's now, you pull up. Are you going to be using the app today? Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, hey, Jay, pull around. Yeah, their logistics cost is insanely low due to scale. Right, 100%. It's kind of like when you have one store that you get, Washington gets told they're raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And in the first year, all these researchers said, well, they didn't change their prices. Yeah, because Walmart is peanut butter spreading the loss. They didn't raise all the prices only in Washington. They raised the prices across the board everywhere by a dime, right? It didn't cause the can of vegetables in Washington to go from $1 to $2. It caused the can of vegetables nationwide to go from $1 to $1.09. But if they charge $1.09, they're making more profit. Yeah, congratulations. Way to let the corporations have a justification. It worked out great with the tariffs too, right? For those of you that haven't seen the example, Walmart bought a banana for $1. They charged 8% markup on it. So the banana was sold to you for $1.08. That looks good. Then all of a sudden, we say that they're going to pay a 10% tariff. So now the banana costs Walmart $1.10. They have to pay 10 cents on the tariff. Well, so now Walmart is going to say, well, we're going to raise the price by 8%. So now, right? But this is 0.8. See that 0.8 right there. So now that banana costs $1.19. Well, wait a minute. Hold on. There's an extra penny in there now. Well, a penny's nothing. A penny a product? You gave them a rounding number that they can make 1 extra penny per banana. Oh, I don't think it's that much. Do you know how many bananas they sell a year? You gave them the way to make an extra penny in profit. And imagine on other items where it's a nickel or a dime or $1. Because this product is going to end up being $8.97, or this product is going to be $9.03 with the tariff. Okay, sell it for $9.99. The people won't ever know the difference. And when the people talk about our rising prices, we'll just blame the administration and say it's the tariffs. Problem is Johnny Corps increase prices for profit, which causes inflation and salaries aren't able to keep up. Wow. I love when somebody nails it. That's exactly the problem. When you have anything that causes prices to go up, regardless of if it's for profit or minimum wage or wages or labor or this or that or the other. When you drive prices up, everybody drives prices up, which causes inflation, and you're not any better off. I know it will never happen, but people would be better off. We're going to take the minimum wage from $15 an hour back to $5 an hour. But we're going to cut the cost of everything by 2/3. You would be better off in that scenario, because if you look at your bills and you cut all your bills by 2/3 and your salary by 2/3, you would actually be better off because you'd be taking 2/3 off of a much bigger number. That's what people struggle with. $300,000 house would drop down to $100,000. Right? Corporations raise prices, people push to get better wages, inflation repeat. Right. McDonald's saved billions by removing a single pickle from their products. Yes, United Airlines saved $8 million by removing one olive from every salad. I work next to a giant factory that makes McDonald's bread. Hi. Yeah. Why is housing so cheap in China? First of all, housing is cheap in China because you have to understand you're not getting a 3,000 square foot home. They build affordable housing, but it's not what people want. I'm gonna do this example. I do this example often, but hold on. Let's see if I can. It's not. I don't think I can pull them up. Hi. So, the house I grew up in as a kid, right? The first house I live in, so house A. 3-bed, 2-bath, 1918 square feet. $360,000. Okay? House 2 that I grew up in. House 2. 4 beds, 3 baths. 2689. 570,700, and they're right next door to each other. They're right next door. One is literally 01 and one is 17. It's the next house number over. This is outside of what you should believe a starter home is. If you believe this is a starter home, you're an idiot. That's a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, almost 3,000 square foot home. So when people say, well, I can't afford to live in the house that my parents lived in, you're right, you can't. Because, well, you can't afford to live in the first house you lived in for the first 16 years of your life. You're right, I can't. Because that town has 46 years of development, improvement, appreciation. I think the main problem is people look at housing as an investment rather than as a commodity. You're right. The town I live in, they're once again building another subdivision. They're building 3,000 square foot homes again. My first home, well, not my first home, because my first home was an anomaly. I can't ever use the first home I owned because I had a really, really good job. The first house I bought after my mom died 3 bedrooms, 1 bath. $300,000. I paid it $125,000. I paid $125,000 for it 20 years ago. It has doubled in change. It's only 1,200 square feet. There is no reason for that house in that neighborhood to be that price. There is no reason for that at all. But people look at housing as an investment. This house I bought for $175,000. It's now worth well over $300,000. 4.46 billion individual bananas a year. Right. So $46 million if you make 1 penny. Let's see. Because party officials give developers 0% credits as long as they can report housing increases in their constituency. Right. That's the other reason. People confuse China and the United States. When somebody says America makes X number of dollars a year, they don't mean the country makes. They mean the corporations of America, the businesses, the people make. In China, when they say the country makes X number of billions or trillions a year, some of that is made by the country. The country makes money on things. The United States, the country, like, people will be like, well, the U.S. brokered an arms deal. Yeah, because the law says individual companies can't sell military arms to other countries without U.S. involvement. But when you see, like, the United States Air Force made a deal with France to buy this new cargo plane, all the United States did was negotiate on Boeing's behalf, with Boeing present. China, when they sell something, China gets the money. Yeah, the Chinese state is essentially a massive umbrella company. Also, China is expanding. If the United States wanted to, they could buy up blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks of dilapidated properties and build affordable housing. But what comes with that is all of the ass pain that comes with that. What type of people do you get when you build affordable housing? The people who can't afford to live in nice neighborhoods. Not every poor person is bad, but there's enough malcontents among the poor that when they move into the neighborhood, it's going to turn to shit. One of the things that kills me about poverty doesn't give you an excuse to have a broken down car outside of your house. Poverty doesn't justify why you have 5 cars on your property, 2 of them on the lawn. Poverty doesn't justify why you don't edge your sidewalk. Like, we pay a homeowners association fee. Last year, I got a letter from my homeowners association telling me that my trees needed to be removed. My one tree needed to be removed because it was dead. The tree wasn't dead. It was half dead. But I got them taken out. Cost me about $900 to have the trees taken out. My wife is allergic to grass. We have to walk on the street because so many people don't have their lawns edged that grass touches my wife's legs and then she breaks out along her sock line. Why the fuck am I getting a letter from my homeowners association about 2 dead trees? But then people don't get the letter that says edge your fucking drive. Like, I mentioned I was going to run for president of the homeowners association, and holy fuck, nobody wants that. Because I'll be like, your lawn needs to be edged. Yeah, that would annoy me. They're the ones that planted the trees. Yeah, they planted the trees when the subdivision was built. The developer who built this subdivision built trees or planted trees with a 20-year lifespan. It costs a person here with a 2-pack a day habit $700 to buy cigarettes. Yep. You do come across as an HOA kind of guy. No, I hate HOAs. I hate HOAs. If when I move to Florida, my first goal is to live in a place with no HOA. But if there is an HOA, I want them to just enforce the rules universally. Affordable housing in general, poorly designed in a sense that it does not foster a community, so nobody holds each other responsible. Oh, being one? Yeah. I would definitely be the president of the HOA, and all the houses would look nice. What did I see? Yeah, fucking Florida is the mecca for HOA people. It's so terrible. What about healthcare? What about healthcare? Healthcare is terrible. Hold on. Hold on. My kid is having a moment.
Dance.
Congrats to Elon Musk becoming a trillionaire today. Yeah. SpaceX IPO. I don't think SpaceX should be allowed to have been publicly traded. But that's just me. You want an older home anyway. New homes are built like total dog shit. You know, I agree with that. New homes are built like total dog shit. I 100% agree with you. Also, if you look at what 2x4s used to be versus 2x4s then and 2x4s now, let me show you what kills me about constructions. Yeah, he's been around for a long time. If you guys aren't familiar with 2x4s over time, this is really, really important to recognize. When you're buying an old home that's good framed lumber, look at the difference in the size of a 2x4. Those are all 2x4s by year. Some of the new homes that I'm seeing are built with those metal interior wall, metal framing. I don't want that shit. Those metal interior studs are great if you're not in a place if you're not in a place where a hurricane or a tornado is likely. I don't need my house to suddenly become projectiles. Wait, did the definition of inches change in lumber? Yes, it did. In lumber, absolutely. Did, because what you have is a 1.5 by 3.5, but lumber rounds up. So a 1.5 by 3.5 becomes a 2x4. It also has to do with, if I remember correctly, it has to do with the width plus the drywall, because then you get a room that calls to be 10 by 10. But if you use old school 2x4s and you stud it that way, then the room isn't 10 by 10 by the time you're done. It's like 9.5 by 9.5, or 9 and 5/6 by 9 5/6, because the drywall, it's like stupid. Yeah, plus the plaster, plus but the trick is, at the end of the day, you're buying a house that's not shittily built, but it's not as solid as they used to be. Like, what's this other shit I see in house construction now that drives me nuts? The front of the house is brick and the other 3 sides are siding. Why? If you're gonna pay for the brick on the front of the house, pay for the brick all the way around. Have yourself a nice little brick fortress. I don't get it. Let's go up one. I want to play this one. This one I wanted to play in the other show, but I never got around to it.
This is a perfect example of what happens when facts meet feelings.
I disagree that reparations are necessary. I think the most important thing that's necessary right now for the black community would be the stopping of violence, especially black on black violence. I don't see how reparations are going to solve anything. You can give everyone here like a $50,000, especially people that are in the streets who are committing violent crimes consistently, a $50,000 check. It's not going to fix anything. It's not going to increase the median household income in the next 10 years by 10% or 20%.
Oh, young man, I'm not sure where your education came from, but they lied to you.
Stats don't lie, though.
Are you acting right now? Do you really believe
I'm telling
this?
the truth. That there's no systemic racism that I've experienced here in America. I think the only racism we've actually seen recently, systemic racism that we've seen, is the application of systemic racism against white people. The University of Western Washington, for example, has been trying to segregate dormitories, using black-only dormitories because black people feel safer amongst each other. But they're more likely to kill each other than white people are ever to kill them. That's just the truth. You have King Von rapping about killing other black men. Why should I think that the white man is the oppressor when black men are more likely to kill me?
But what's funny about that is he was just a dragon there. He just spit flames. And that's what nobody wants to hear. This is where this whole country needs to take a breath and needs to be calm. Okay? This country needs to understand there is some fucked up shit in this country that people have to be cognizant of before they start asking for things. The only way to reduce crime is education. The only way to reduce crime starts with education, yes. But education in and of itself is only the first part. You also need what the fuck is she on about? Hold on one moment. Sorry, my daughter's having a neurodivergent panic attack. Okay. Yes, you need better deterrence. You need better deterrence. You need better opportunities. Growing up in New York City, I can say what a shameful thing I saw with Knicks fans destroying property and assaulting Spurs fans on the street. This is so sad to see. Right. Here, our country is fucked up. Our country is fucked up because we riot after sports events. Education gives opportunities. Not necessarily. Education doesn't give opportunities if, for example, let's say you have 10,000 jobs, right? You have 10,000 jobs and you only have 8,500 applicants. There is now a surplus of 1,500 jobs that require an education. So as you pursue your education, and other people do, 1,500 people can pursue a career field and then get a job. The problem is, if you have 10K jobs, 8.5 thousand of them are filled. You have 1.5K left, but 5,000 people all change majors so that they have the education to get that job. They got an education, they didn't get an opportunity. It was a really big problem in the late 90s, early 2000s with teachers. Lots and lots and lots of people entered education-related programs. But the number of teachers in a state is finite. Education also creates job creators, not necessarily. And this is why we can't talk in in broad terms. We've got to be specific. Getting a degree in education doesn't really give you the skill set to do anything other than teach. But the number of teachers in the state is finite. And the reason why the number of teachers in the state is finite is the number of clients, aka students, is finite. So if you suddenly have everybody go into education, you got an education, everybody goes into a teaching degree program. They got an education, but they oversaturated the jobs. So now we have a problem because, and this is what we saw with a lot of people. They said, go to college, get a degree, get a good job. I think the number was something like 7 or 8%. 7 or 8% of the jobs that are available right now require a college degree. Yet 66% of people go get a college degree. That is a disconnect. You did not send me the New Yorker article about declining enrollment in schools. I have seen an awful lot of people promoting homeschooling. I'm adamantly against the average person homeschooling their child. Because the average person homeschooling their child doesn't know all 4 core focus areas. And then you get the people that say, oh, well, teach your kid to survive in society. Yeah, that's great, but then they can't go to college because they don't have the prerequisite paperwork. Or when they get to college, they don't have the prerequisite knowledge, so they end up taking a 5th and 6th year of college because they have to take all the 090s and all the 099s. Like, when you go to college, there's an expectation that you took chemistry in high school, so when you get to college, the expectation is you have some base understanding of lab safety. Well, if the kid never took chemistry, that kid shouldn't be in Chem 101. I do agree that education can create job creators, but very rarely. Like, out of all the people that go get teaching degrees, 1% maybe may start a tutoring company like Macademics or Khan Academy or Sylvan Learning Center. The other 99%, they got a teaching degree. They only have one lane to go into, and that is being a classroom teacher. Now, they could be a classroom teacher at a public school, at a private school, at a magnet school, at a parochial school, but they still are kind of down that silo. Now, I think where you're right, education can create job creators when you have more entrepreneurial degrees. Business, advertising, marketing, but really, I don't see I don't see philosophy majors really having a breadth of places they can go. I think entrepreneurial spirit comes more from people who didn't go to college. They don't want to go get a 4-year degree to then be follow somebody else's plan. They want to start their plan at 20 or 22 or 24. I'm not saying college is bad, but unfortunately we're seeing now college can be bad. Are you going to go nuts until I let you in? 1 second. All right. Yes, I saw the stuff about the fully autonomous drones. That shit scares the fuck out of me. The fully autonomous drone. So I understand why Ukraine needs to use fully autonomous drones. A senior figure in the Ukrainian defense industry told New Scientist that a test took place 2 years ago involving fully autonomous drones said to destroy anything in a given area with confirmed casualties. Fully autonomous drones with no human oversight have killed soldiers on the battlefield. This is a one-off test, involved 10 AI-controlled Terminator drones. We just launched it and we knew everything will be dead. Everything will be found there in this particular area will be dead. There's no connection to the drone at all. You cannot see the video, nothing. Everything it sees will be killed. That is scary as shit. That is scary as all get out. I don't like the idea of firing a drone system into an area and letting the drone system self-police the area. That I think is fairly dangerous. Need to update the checklist after this war. It's worse than a cluster bomb, in my opinion. I think it's worse than a cluster bomb because, yeah, this is how it starts. For those of you that aren't familiar with weapons release protocol, the reason why the United States military ensures that there is always a human involved in the release of weapons. Despite what movies have shown, there is no we fire missile. The president doesn't get out a cool little board, press a button, and fire missiles. The football connects the president to people. The president says what weapons targeting package he wants, and then the people on the other end of the phone dispense those targeting packages to people who, if they're on a sub, the captain and the weapons officer they can't even see each other. They're in different parts of the sub. If they're in a nuclear silo for the Air Force, they are more than arm's width apart from each other, so one person can't turn both keys. If they're on a bomber, it takes both the pilot and the co-pilot to concur before they drop, because we can drop nuclear weapons out of bombers. The fact that they have drones that they can just put into an area and kill every fucking living thing there scares me. Because, yeah, you load up 5,000 of these drones into a C5 and you just fly over Iran and aerial drop them and they go and they do that. No, this is the Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park. You spent so much time trying to figure out if you could. You didn't stop to think if you should. But I get why Ukraine needs this. Ukraine needs this because, for those of you that aren't familiar, Ukraine can't even feed its frontline soldiers. You've got guys coming back they've spent 2 years on the front lines and they've lost 40, 50, 60 pounds. Like, there were some pictures that came out of Ukrainian soldiers that they're like skin and bones. You have a pilot and a weapons release officer. It depends on the aircraft. The B-52, yes, is in the back. Obviously, the B-2, the pilot and the co-pilot are next to each other. There's no other place for them to go. But yeah, you are correct. On some Air Force aircraft, the weapons officer is the WISO. The weapons system operator isn't next to him. It's kind of like front gunner, back gunner, or front pilot, back pilot, front gunner in the Apache, or front pilot, back gunner in aircraft. takes two people to do something. You can't do it on your own. If Ukraine starts producing these drones, then I think Russia will be absolutely demolished. It'd be a massive force multiplier. Yeah. It'd be easier to be on position for half a year than guaranteeing exfil in a drone-rich environment. Yeah, also true. Yeah, Ukraine doesn't have enough men to run manned anything right now. And that's where the world has turned its back. Like, it's okay that Russia invades Ukraine. Like, I'm glad the UN was able to stop that shit. I'm glad the UN was able to stop Israel. How is the drone not banned? If you're going to use something that kills everything indiscriminately, then why would someone not retaliate with chemical, biothermal, cluster nukes, and all other banned munitions? Exactly, because it's never existed before, so therefore it's not in any of the treaties. Once, I'm sure, I'm sure if at the end of all this, the UN will try to have a UN ban on autonomous drones. And it won't matter because the countries will either sign it or they won't. And even if they do sign it, then people won't understand it. Yes, I am familiar with the Rapid Dragon pallet system. We've had other technologies that allow for similar, but the fact that the US, the Dragon cart is a way to turn all of our cargo planes into bombers. And that shit's scary. The fact that the B-52 can now fire cruise missiles, that shit's scary. I don't think a large-scale war like World War is possible because of nukes. No major country would go into major wars. Russia did. Russia's nuclear and they invaded Ukraine. Israel did. They're a nuclear nation and they attacked everybody. I think, yeah, because Ukraine doesn't have nukes. I think where we're lost is that the world wasn't ready for the things that could happen. Nine years ago, when Donald Trump was the president the first time, I said that President Donald Trump, because remember, during the first part of his administration, I wasn't a streamer. I wasn't allowed to be, because I was still active duty. Donald Trump was a great wake-up call for the whole world. The critical flaw of the American political system. Our political system allows a man like Donald Trump to be elected president. That should scare the rest of the world. And some people, they think Donald Trump is a great president. But when I ask them to explain to me why Donald Trump is a great president, they absolutely cannot. Like, I don't mind if you're a member of MAGA because you have an external locus of control and you need to be a follower of something. Great. But in your own words, without using Google, without using ChatGPT or Grok, tell me why Donald Trump is a great president. Donald Trump is like a broken watch. He gets it right twice a day. Donald Trump, I agree with about 10% of the things he does. I think another 20 to 30% of the things he does has some merit, but needs to be refined and filtered. I think 50% of the shit Donald Trump does is like out there, and I think the remaining 20 to 30% is morally reprehensible. I think what has happened in our country is that we haven't educated people enough for them to understand Like, you're interfering with immigration customs enforcement. I believe ICE should just arrest you. If Minneapolis, if the mayor of Minneapolis and the governor of Minnesota won't assist the federal government in doing their job, because only the federal government enforces immigration, then the FBI should just go with immigration customs enforcement and should just arrest all the people who interfere with their job. Because if the populace has become too stupid to understand, removing people who shouldn't be here benefits everybody, except the people who shouldn't be here. For every house you get vacated, for every rental unit you get vacated, that's improvement to America. Many years from now, and when I say many years from now, it's going to take 30 to 60 years of hard work to fix America. Why? Because it takes 12 years to educate a person. Think about that for a moment. Say every one of my education reforms got adopted today. You wouldn't see the, let's say in the fastest blitzkrieg of educational reform ever, all of my educational reform got passed and implemented for the school year that starts on September 1st. It would take 12 years from that day. Why do we have to educate 5 generations? Well, first of all, that's only 3 generations. 60 years isn't 5 generations. Because it's 12 years, but the kids have to be born and get to age 6. So it's 12 years of schooling, but it's an additional 6 years of life before they get into the education system. And the reason why it's going to take that long is because we're going to have this generation that we fix as kids, and then these kids become normal, and then it's their kids that are the way ahead. That's the problem. When you have, there's a school board, it's my school board. The president of the school board has a GED. I am adamantly fucking against the idea that a president of a school board having a GED has administrative control over a superintendent who has a doctorate in education. Why the fuck does a person who got a doctorate in education get all of his reforms gutted by a woman with a GED? School boards, in my opinion, are another contributing factor to the decline of America. You have the average ordinary people telling the educated people how best to educate kids. I'm not saying there doesn't need to be parental oversight. There absolutely does. But we want to institute this program. The school board doesn't agree. Well, great, we're doing it anyway. Because we're the people with degrees in education that knows what's good for kids. For example, ready? In 60 years, we should have a brain chip that gives us perfect memory. Maybe. But we got these 20 years ago and it didn't make people smarter. Remember when people used to say limits to access to information is what made society dumb? And then we put a device in the pocket of every person. This device right here has more computing power than all the computers that NASA had when they went to the moon. Yet these, what is it, Rule 34? And the internet is for porn? We create this wonderful thing called the internet and people use it for porn and debauchery, debasement. Now the battle is between misinformation and information. Yes, and that's what kills me. And I do not like Hassan Piker. I don't like Hassan Piker. I know a lot of people don't. I don't like Hassan Piker because he gives a lot of misinformation to people. He gives people these ideas like it's not stealing, it's micro-looting. It's still a crime, motherfucker. It's still a crime, no matter if you're calling it micro-looting or stealing. As an influencer, the key word is influencer. If you're an influencer telling people it's okay to steal from like Whole Foods and Publix because they're overpriced, well, then that's not free speech anymore. Do you think the concept of power shift is real? 18th and 19th century, it was the British Empire. Then the 20th century, it was the US, and the power is shifting again. No, I think you need to, I agree with you, but you need to, first of all, 17th and 18th century was the British Empire. The 19th century and the 20th century was the United States. And the problem is, America is Sparta. If you look through America's 250-year history, we have 10 years where we weren't at war or in armed conflict. 10 years out of a 250-year history. America never got a chance to grow up. America never had a chance to develop as a non-wartime nation. Revolution. Our social fabric is fragile. Our social fabric is non-existent. Wars are our drug. The country got created. War of 1812. Civil War. Civil War sent us back 2 generations of lineage. You got 350,000 Northerners. I don't include the Southerners because they were they were the aggressor. You got 350,000 Northern men killed, lamed, maimed, Darwin awarded. Then after that, we finally just start coming out of the post Civil War Reconstruction, and then we get World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, the first Gulf War, the War on Terror. America has been at war my entire fucking life. Because just because we don't have a formal declaration of war doesn't mean we don't have AUMFs, authorized uses of military force. Doesn't mean that we didn't have the era that we created wars, the war on drugs, which was bullshit. That was racism wrapped up in legality. Painkillers are our drug also. We consume significantly more of that per capita than any other country. Right. Well, we used to. Now, just to talk on the painkiller thing, the painkiller thing is fucking ridiculous, because now we're playing shuffle the buck of whose problem it is post-surgery. My wife post-surgery got 7 pain pills. Her follow-up wasn't for 14 days. My wife can't get any more pain pills from the surgeon's office. My wife calls her PCM, and the PCM can't give pain pills because it's for a medical thing not related to him, therefore he can't prescribe them. What the fuck? Like, seriously, who wrote these fucking rules? Look, I'm having surgery. I'm not being seen by the doctor for 4 weeks. I had a bone taken out of my foot. They gave me 10 days of painkillers because of my history as an addict. And I said, look, folks, if you're not putting 2 refills on that, we got a fucking problem. Because I'm going to be laid up in bed for 4 weeks because you're removing a bone from my foot. The left side of my, the inside of my left foot looked like fucking hamburger meat and they had to shave bone, remove a bone, retie a tendon. I was like, look, I said, just put 2 refills on it. They're like, well, given your history. Well, given my history, you know full well I'm not going to take them unless I need them, and I'm going to be laid up in bed. My wife is going to be administering my pain meds.
Think safety. Think Grainger.
All right, Boy Meets World. Let's see.
Gutenberg invented the printing press, making the written word available to the masses. For the first time in history, the common man had access to the same information that used to be available only to the privileged few.
And who would you like me to make this out to, my darling?
Gentlemen, might I interrupt your press junket? There's some learning going on here.
Maybe you feel it's important to learn that Gutenberg invented the printing press, but pop culture and these pouty lips have made me a star.
I'm going to try to put this as kindly as possible. The show has turned into a circus, and you 3 are driving the tiny car.
Look, Mr. Feeney, I'm proud that I knew that Krusty the Clown was the son of a rabbi.
I answered a real question, Mr. Feeney, about the Tigris and the Euphrates.
Miss Lawrence, I would never deny you your moment in the sun. But knowledge fever no longer has much to do with the kind of knowledge I would want you to absorb.
Mr. Feeney, look. Well, the show's proving that we're absorbing the right type of knowledge, right? I mean, that's why we're the champions.
Wait a minute. Champions of what, Mr. Matthews? Of a generation whose verbal and mathematical skills have sunk so low when you have the highest level of technology at your fingertips? Gutenberg's generation thirsted for a new book every 6 months. Your generation gets a new web page every 6 seconds. And how do you use this technology? To beat King Koopa and save the princess. Shame on you. You deserve what you get. Sit down. Stay where you are. For the first time, I choose to walk out on you.
Damn. It's funny, if you go to Disney World, well, actually, if you don't go to Disney World quickly, the Carousel of Progress is changing. I'm adamantly against this. Yeah, the Carousel of Progress is being updated. All the scenes are being pushed to the right. In the Carousel of Progress, they talk about the talking box, where the father the Carousel of Progress is 4 scenes. It's the dad. He's talking about all the technology they've gotten in these last 20 years since you saw him last. And he talks about the talking box with the moving pictures. That one day he imagines Americans sitting in their living room learning Latin and Greek from the talking box. The other day in a video game, I was reminded just how dumb our society is. Somebody asked, somebody asked the question about pickling. And it's the second time in my life I've encountered somebody that asked, why have we pickled everything except cucumbers? Now, I understand that people online can sometimes be stupid. But I said, you understand that a pickle is a cucumber. Pickling is a process of submerging a fruit, a vegetable, or fish, or meat in brine. So pickled pig's feet has nothing to do with pickles. It has to do with a brine solution. Pickled cod, pickled fish, pickled herring. Why did they pickle herring for the sailors? Because they had herring and they had brine. And they could put it on the fucking ship. And it could keep in a barrel. The cucumbers are pickles. They're pickled cucumbers. That's it. The person tried to tell me that pickles are their own vegetable. And I was like, nope, I'm done. Blacklist. I can't. We even have pickled kraut, but not cabbage. You can pickle cabbage. You can pickle cabbage. Yeah. Kimchi. So, it's pickled cabbage. Oh, is sauerkraut pickled cabbage? I didn't know sauerkraut was pickled cabbage. I don't like sauerkraut. I thought sauerkraut was a more oniony. I didn't know it was cabbage. I thought it was an oniony type thing. Let's see. We covered that. Somebody mentioned earlier Johnny Somali. Johnny Somali argued that his untreated bipolar disorder should reduce his punishment, while prosecutors continued pushing for a harsher sentence. He did not get canceled. He was criminally convicted in South Korea and sentenced to prison. One thing for Americans, I want you guys to realize something. You should advise all Americans who talk about going overseas to stay the fuck in America. And I say that because Americans go overseas and they don't understand. America has one of the most lenient judicial systems on the planet. America, it works like this in America. Here's your case. If you get found not guilty, that's it. We're done. If you get found guilty, you get your first level appeal. They can either uphold that or they can find you not guilty at your appeal and you're done. You then go to the state Supreme Court where again, they can find you not guilty or go forward. If you get found not guilty there, it's over, right? In other countries, here's your case. If you get found not guilty, it's over, but they can appeal it to get a guilty conviction on you. The state can appeal. When I was reading about this shit, it was unreal to me that other judicial systems work where the state can appeal. Like, what the Italian girl, I can't think of her name, Amanda Knox. Italy wanted her back because they were going to try her again, and America said, no, I'm sorry, we don't extradite. She was found not guilty, and they're like, yeah, but our appeals process is different. They're like, yeah, but we're not going to extradite one of our own because our rules say once you get found not guilty at any part of the process, you're not guilty. Just not be an asshole. I'd assume most countries would just let you go with a warning unless it's a serious crime. The problem is Somalia is that he kept doing it. That is true. Several countries will be more lenient to Americans because they don't want to deal with the bullshit. But at the same time, sometimes it is you fucked up, you're going to jail. Yeah, other countries will deport an American to not have to deal with them. But everyone wants this guy to have a harsher sentence. Most other countries are way harsher than the US. Most other countries are way harsher than the US. Everyone's pissed at nuisance streamers globally. Fuck them. Yep. Several more will lock you up just because you're an American. That's also true. You need to be careful what country you're in. It's kind of like this. As an American, why the fuck are you trying to go to Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, North Korea? Like, why are you trying to go there? Like, you're an American traveling to Azerbaijan. Why? Why are you going there? If the answer is anything other than I'm Azerbaijani by heritage, stay the fuck in America. I was hiking near the Iranian border and I was arrested. Hold on. Azerbaijan is friendly to America, but you have no business going there. I'm sorry, but you really have no business being there. It's not like, right? It's not like we're serving some greater cause by going there just for tourism. Because you're on the border of Iran, right? If you're going and you know what you're doing because you're from there or your family's from there and you have people there, they're going to take care of you, great, then you have a reason to go there. But I'm just going to go to Azerbaijan for tourism. Let's look at this section of the world, right? Azerbaijan borders Iran. Yeah, it's not like it's a fucking tourism spot like Dubai. Exactly. Why are you going there? If you're from there, you have family there, heritage there, cool. Go. Because you have people that are going to look out for you. The guy that got arrested hiking near Iran. Why are you hiking near Iran? First of all, right? This is their border with Pakistan, which you shouldn't be. Here's Turkmenistan. You shouldn't be there either. Are you hiking on the border of Iraq or Azerbaijan? How the fuck are you hiking near the Iranian border and not understanding you're already somewhere you shouldn't be? Wasn't he trying to hike from Asia to Europe? That was one of them. That was one of them. But another one was, oh, I was just hiking on the border. The fuck is wrong with you? America is not beloved globally. Iran is at odds with basically all its neighbors. To some extent, I find it justified that they arrest basically anyone hiking along the border. Yeah. There's literally no reason for to be in any of the countries that border Iran. If you're Iraqi, if you're Iraqi American, you might be going back to Iraq. If you're Azerbaijani, you might be going back, right? The rest of it, stay the fuck. Yeah, it's main character syndrome. I can do this because I can do this. This fucking sense of entitlement that people have, dude. Stop. It's the same logic as people used to go cave diving, despite it being known for 32 deaths in the last 5 years. Yeah, like it's like the people in Indiana, not as horrific as death. There is a big ass sign on the Indiana dunes. Let me see if I can pull up the picture. Avoid getting stuck at the bottom. Lake levels are high. The only way out is up. Rescues cost $3,000. Keep yourself and our rescuers out of danger. But people will still, right? They will still go hiking. And they will go down the fucking dunes.
Rescued. It's never the way down that's bad, it's always the way up. This is Sleeping Bear Dunes, and on the way down, it kind of feels like you're floating. I mean, just look at how steep it is. I can't believe it. Literally the only person on the dune climb right now. I finally made it to the bottom and had to go for a quick swim before the uphill battle. My record is 13 minutes, and I'm probably not going to beat that today, but we're going to try. And I began my way up. It's about 470 feet to the top. Most people don't realize how difficult it is to climb sand. Turns out it's much easier if you also use your hands. Wow. It's a huge rock right here. 11 minutes in, still have like halfway to go. I'm washed. It took me 33 minutes to do the climb, but I forgot to stop my watch because someone asked. Sure. You guys doing like a photo walk?
Yeah.
I just climbed all the way up, so I'm a bit out of breath, but...
It doesn't seem bad if you take your time. Right. But here's the problem. I wouldn't go down that hill anymore. With my heart, with my pulmonary issues, with my bad leg, I wouldn't go down that hill. I know that place. That's on the Indiana Dunes. We used to go there all the time. I've gone to the bottom. It's a hell of a lot. It's a hell of a lot of effort to get up to the top. When I was in great shape, I could probably do 13, 15 minutes up. The problem is you get halfway up and there are people who literally, they're done. They literally have no more. And then they get mad because they get rescued and then they get hit with a $3,000 bill. Well, that's not fair. What? Isn't the fucking sign warning enough? You maybe shouldn't do that. We have Peggy's Cove in Nova Scotia. Over 40 signs saying to avoid the dark or wet rocks because you can get swept out to sea. If the right or wrong wave comes, you put yourself in a stupid spot. Yeah, I tell the story. I'm not a fucking hero by any means. I'm not a hero by any means. I was swimming out in South Haven, Michigan. They have a riptide under their pier. It's fucking roped off. It is fucking roped off. There are fucking signs everywhere. Stay the fuck out of this area. Well, there's me, and there's a kid about to be sucked into the riptide, and there's my dad losing his shit because I'm kicking off my shoes and dropping all my shit and jumping over the pier to grab this kid. I grab the kid, keep the kid out from the fucking dangerous part. As the dad is swimming over to me, I'm like, stay the fuck there. I'll bring you your kid. He's got another kid with him. Stay the fuck over there. As I swim out with the kid, it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I didn't think it'd be that dangerous. Why the fuck do you think there are signs like everywhere? Why the fuck do you think there's cable here? What the fuck is wrong with you? Kids have died there. Adults have died trying to save kids. Once you're caught in that riptide, the best you can hope for is that you can grab the pier and hope to God they get the stick around you and get the rope around you. But it's like, why the fuck are you anywhere near it? But then I remember George Carlin said, we're saving entirely too many people. The kid who gets caught in the riptide doesn't grow up to have kids of his own. There's a signed peace agreement between the US and Iran. Let's see. Final agreed upon text has been reached. I'm going to be right back. Final agreed upon text of the peace deal. What to know? Prime Minister said a final agreed upon text of a peace deal has been reached, and Pakistan, a key mediator, is now working closely with both sides to finalize the next steps. Iran's foreign minister said a deal has never been closer, that the details of the memorandum will be shared publicly in due course. President Trump said nothing to do with the terms we agreed to in writing. Are Iran and the U.S. really close to a breakthrough deal? Trump says a deal with Iran could be signed in Europe over the weekend. Tehran cautions against speculation. So this is from today. U.S. President Donald Trump has a busy weekend ahead. The Football World Cup, the UFC bout to mark his 80th birthday. Then he will go to the French Alps for the G7. Trump has claimed nearly 40 times that a deal was imminent. What has Trump said? So yeah, we don't have any real details. Will they agree to zero enrichment? I doubt zero enrichment is even in the deal. I doubt that Iran signed any deal with zero enrichment, which we'll have to wait to see what the final text is. Iran now rejects Trump's claim we have a deal which Iran won't have nuclear weapons, saying the current draft keeps the nuclear... Yeah, there you go. Exactly this. This is exactly what the problem is, right here. Iran now rejects Trump's claim that we have a deal in which Iran won't have nuclear weapons, saying the current draft keeps the nuclear program completely untouched with no new commitments regarding not building a nuclear bomb enrichment or uranium handover. The draft also requires the U.S. to pressure Israel to completely end the war in Lebanon, release $24 billion of frozen funds, pay around $300 billion as an investment fund for war reparations, lifts the naval blockade, releases all sanctions, and accept Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. These are Iran's conditions for the U.S. to accept. Only then will Iran sign the agreement. Well, then that's not going to get signed. Because if Donald Trump were to sign an agreement giving Iran $300 billion, I don't know how much I trust the Hormuz letter. They tend to report kind of, people don't like Al Jazeera, right? Yeah, they claimed Iran shot down a B-2 bomber, but they just were repeating what other people had said. The B-2 bomber thing was because, yeah, B-2 bombers entered Iranian airspace and the B-2 bombers didn't return to Whiteman. But that's because the B-2 bombers had to divert because they couldn't land back at Whiteman. Kind of a big deal when the B-2s don't land at one of the two places they're supposed to. That particular airframe isn't supposed to land just anywhere. It's supposed to land at two locations. It'd be ironic if Iran gave $300 billion when he has talked so much about Obama giving Iran back its own money. See, the problem is this. Iran in this particular case, a lot of people hate Iran. A lot of people don't like Iran, but they don't understand why. I always find it funny when somebody is telling me about why they don't like Iran and they say because they're an Arabic country. And I ask them, well, what makes them an Arabic country? And they say, well, they're in the Middle East. And I'm like, no, they're really fucking not. They're where Persia was on your old maps, and they don't speak Arabic. They aren't even ethnically Arabic. They're ethnically Persian. They don't speak, I mean, they can speak Arabic, but that's not their primary language. It's kind of like the argument that Egyptians are Africans. the primary language is Farsi. It's Persian, which is referred to as Farsi. And then they have Turkic, and most of the people on the border regions with Iran speak Arabic. Because, you know, let's be honest, the United States is the only country in the world, well, one of the few countries in the world that doesn't promote bilingual from an early age. What people don't understand is that we should be teaching kids a second language. Kids shouldn't be getting certain lessons in kindergarten, preschool, first grade, second grade, third grade. They should be learning a second language, because that's when your brain can make all the pathways to learn languages. We start teaching kids U.S. history too early. We need to teach civics so Iranians aren't Semitic. I mean, no. Because they don't use Arabic and Hebrew. Persia was, if you were in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago, getting to Persia would have been about as daunting as getting to America. I mean, you're talking crossing the breadth of known civilization and traversing mountains. We take that for granted. Maybe we should just work on English first before a second language, given the current state of literacy in the country. I agree with you. Do you think people need to learn more about the White Revolution and the West influence with the rise of the Shah? I think a number of people need to learn how to not hate first. I think a lot of people get their information from the hostage taking, the invasion of the U.S. Embassy, so they get this like American hate on for Iran. But what people don't realize was we were positioning an army and building up an army with Iran's neighbor, Iraq, for them to invade Iran and deal with Iran for us. I think what a lot of people forget is we're in the shit we're in because you inherit the sins and the fallout of the previous generations. You say Donald Trump, this whole generation says Donald Trump, not my president. No, he is your president. He's not the president you wanted. He's not the president you would pick, but he is your president because all the shit he starts, all the shit he does impacts you. Period. Dot. It wasn't my fault. You're right. It wasn't your fault. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying you have to deal with the cleanup. I had nothing to do with the fall of Detroit, but the Detroit being what? Detroit hasn't been rebuilt yet. They're trying. There's tons of property up in Detroit. The government could step in, bulldoze block after block after block, and build a planned living facility. Do they? No. Should they? Probably. He is our president. Foreign nations do not care who you voted for. Right. Exactly. He's your president. He is your representative to the world.
This is a perfect example.
Let's see.
Church was never supposed to be this. You have to watch.
Church is not supposed to be a place where the broken have to hide the truth of their condition. I should be able to come in here and say, I'm not okay. Today I'm in pain. I drank myself to sleep. I smoked myself to sleep. I slept with someone to ease the pain. I wanted to feel safe. Because we say that we want truth, but that's not true. We want surface expressions to get out of here on time so we could go watch our football game and check Jesus off the box. Yeah, I went to see him. No, you didn't go see him. You went to see a fake vision of Jesus that allows you to live how you want to live when the word tell you how you should live. But you don't want that word. You want a preacher that'll tell you how you living is okay. And I'm not that dude. And you know why I'm not that dude? Because I tried to live any kind of way, and you can't live how you want and call yourself a Christian. You can't do what you want and call yourself a believer. You can't say what you want and treat people like you want and call yourself a believer. You can't do it. I don't care what you're doing. I want to know why you're doing it. How did you get there? The issue is the state of your soul. Don't you dare send another person to hell before you ask them, what's your story?
That's so true. For more content like that.
So this is the problem I'm having in America right now. I'm not saying that a country needs to be religiously based. The fucking actor who plays Lupin, he's in Kingdom of Heaven, and he says, I put no stock in religion. I've seen too much in the name of religion. But we have people that are literally, like, still attacking Muslims, right? But not looking at what Christians do. Look, we need to stop the fucking bullshit with most people. Not that I want to indoctrinate in school, but we need to start teaching kids the truth about religions in school, because we get this horrible narrative where Americans attack Islam because Muhammad married a 9-year-old, and then I say to him, did you miss big giant fucking chunks of European history where arranged political marriages were a thing? These were Catholics doing this shit. Like, if you're gonna condemn, then let's get out. If you're gonna condemn with a brush, let's get out a power sprayer, because we got an awful lot of condemning to do. God wants me to have a new private jet. Who cares about the struggling people in my congregation? Right. I think churches should have to pay taxes, or they have to be able to seriously document what they've done in kind. You have a $250,000 tax bill this quarter, but we're going to let you write off $125,000 of that because of all your food kitchens, your soup kitchens, your homeless shelter. That isn't like a prophet preaching the word of God that is worldly leader, not a spiritual one. Yeah. Christianity isn't pure. No religion is pure. No religion is pure. Do you not have religion in school? No. We are... America does not have religion in school. Generally, if you're Christian or you're Catholic, you go to public school, then you go to something called Sunday school, where before church or after church, you then go to like religion class. If you're in a parochial school or a Catholic school, they teach it during the school day. Like, religion was one of my 8 classes every day for my whole life. But no, it is very, very difficult as a social studies teacher to teach certain eras of American history. I'm sorry, certain eras of American and European history, because you have to give them a a framework when they don't understand. Like, for example, people don't comprehend the idea of why the 13 colonies came about. And that's because the Quakers wanted their religious freedom. And so the King of England said, get the fuck out of England then and go over to these colonies for me. Take your religion and go over there. Take your religion and go over there. Take your religion and go over there. Because the king had already seen too much fucking bullshit with religions disrupting society. I don't want your religion disrupting my rule, my authority. Well, when you can't teach the kids the difference, like, and then the kids are like, well, what's the difference between, what's the difference between a Catholic and a Christian? What's the difference between a Christian and Church of England? What's the difference between Church of England and a Quaker or a Lutheran or a Protestant? Try explaining the Irish kerfuffle without being able to articulate the difference between Protestants and Catholics. Shit, you could spend your whole life trying to understand the difference between sects of Christianity. You could spend 45 years and never understand it all. What's the joke about Jerusalem? There's a ladder been standing against a wall for 200 plus years because all the sects of Christianity would have to agree to move the ladder. Defunding public schools is a grab by religious private schools to indoctrinate kids. I hate vouchers. Okay, so defunding public schools is not a grab by religious private schools to indoctrinate kids. No. Having been a Catholic school teacher, yes, every student gets religion. You get a period of religion. I was at a Catholic school. We had Jewish students. We had atheist students. We had one follower of Islam in the school for a period of time. They're not really indoctrinating you. If you're not aware of this, I mean the Protestant ones. Oh, yeah, sure. But even then, we know the data shows us that private schools produce better students than public schools. And again, I'm against vouchers for this reason. I'm against taking the best and the brightest out of a school, because when you take the best and the brightest out of a school, what's left has to still be a school. It's hard to tell what the big problem is, because what failed schools? Vouchers or No Child Left Behind? President Obama is regaled as this great champion of education, but the reality is the No Child Left Behind initiative fucked up schools. The No Child Left Behind initiative really fucked up schools. All of a sudden, you have to throttle the fast kids. You have to grab the fast kids and put a fucking choker chain on them, because you can't let them pull the test scores to the right. No Child Left Behind was a huge mistake, because what it said was, we're going to be blind, deaf, and dumb and understand that every kid is magically now going to be of the same intellectual capability. That was never going to happen. During my era as a teacher, yeah, you're allowed to pray in school. You have to be afforded the opportunity to pray, have prayer group, have Bible study. It cannot be mandated that you take it, but you cannot deny somebody's freedom of religious expression in a public school. We've got multiple court cases across the country where some of them are trying to get stupid about it because they're trying to put the 10 Commandments in the school. Well, that's a stupid play, because as we've seen, if you put the 10 Commandments in the school, then you have to allow the Satanist group to put their rules and virtues in the school. The school should have no advancement of religion. Now, for example, I know some schools have come under fire because they didn't create a secondary place for Muslim students who are fasting due to Ramadan. They kind of force the students to go to the cafeteria when that is a little bit cruel and unusual, to force the kids into an eating environment where they won't be eating. I did see a case where they then had a classroom that the students could go to study instead of going down to the cafeteria while they were fasting. Personally, I don't think that's out of line. Yes, the public school can either allow no religion, which they'll have to fight, or they have to allow all religions. A public school cannot allow a Catholic Bible study group, but then deny a different religion. They either have to allow all or allow none. And if they allow none, they usually get challenged. Yes, generally in America, lunchtime, you have to go to the cafeteria. Generally. Some students, depending on what they're working on, they can get a pass to go to like a lab, an art room, an activity room. But for example, when I went to school, when dinosaurs still roamed the earth, you could have a pass to the library, a pass to the engineering room, I could have a pass to the library, the engineering room, or the journalism room. But once I went there, I had to post the pass on the board, and then that was it. I was stuck there. Once class begins, I had to spend my lunch period in the journalism room. And then if I needed a bathroom pass, the instructor kept 2 in the back wall for us. But yeah, we can't. Most American campuses are closed campuses. There are some American campuses that are open campuses. Some American campuses open campus for the seniors. But yeah, most of the time, no, they're closed campus. You go where they tell you, because the cafeteria is your assigned class period.
Church was never.
Let's see. I saw this one. I was going to cover this on Monday. I didn't get around to it.
Hold up. Are we really kicking students out of graduation now for being a little too excited? All right, so check this out. 18-year-old Tyvion Campbell. She just graduated from Chicago Tech Academy with a 3.5 GPA, and she plans to attend Georgia State University this fall. So she's a smart girl, all right? As she walked across the stage, she waved to her family, and she dropped into a split to celebrate. The crowd went wild. They loved it. They cheered. But the school officials, not so much. Tyvion says that when she reached for her diploma, they wouldn't hand it to her. She was reportedly escorted out of the actual ceremony and later told she needed to think of a way to make up for what she had done because she made the moment about herself. Yet it's her that's graduating from high. Okay, never mind. But here's where the debate actually starts. Tyvion says that there was no written rule prohibiting students from doing celebratory moves on stage, which is a big deal. School officials have not publicly explained why her diploma was actually withheld. So look, maybe some people think graduation should be formal, and that's fine. Others think that after surviving 4 years of high school, which could be terrorizing, you've earned the right to celebrate just for a few seconds. But withholding a diploma over a split, that's where a lot of people are saying the punishment actually doesn't match the crime. So what do you think? Was the school right to make an example out of her? Or should they just have handed over the freaking diploma and let this girl graduate and have her little moment of celebration?
So first of all, I'm going to be a dick. Let's stop applauding a 3.5 GPA for a second? Okay. You got a 3.5 GPA. Given the way some schools work, that's not exactly impressive. Well, Jay, I can't believe you're saying that. That's a B. Yeah, but in high school, an A is worth a 4.0. Unless that A is in honors, which is out of a 4.5 or a 5. Unless that A was in an AP class, which might actually be weighted to a 6. Yeah, we don't have a national standard, right? Every state weighs scores differently. Right, exactly. So, let's stop with the fucking bullshit. First of all, so that I'm clear, a 3.5 on a 4.0 scale, that still doesn't impress me. I'm sorry, but a B plus A minus average is kind of your job, right? It's kind of what we said. A 3.99 GPA, that impresses the shit out of me. Second of all, I agree with the idea. If you have a rule that says no celebrations, then enforce the rule. But if you don't have a rule, then don't start making shit up, because then what you're doing is you're continuing what is already bad about American school, and you're teaching things the wrong way. Withholding the diploma seems extreme. Yeah, what they'll do is they'll withhold the diploma, and it'll become a mess or a whatever, and then most likely the person will have to fucking bullshit around to get their transcripts. See, I worked at the registrar's office as one of my work studies, and I signed for my own transcripts. I was the only student going to that university. My university was closer to my house than my high school was. I actually traveled further to go to high school than I did to go to university. I was the only person from my high school going to that university. So when I saw the envelope come in from the school, I knew they were my transcripts, which was funny because they said, we're not sending your transcripts until the Monday after graduation, so we don't want anybody to get stupid. And I'm like, well, I fucking know that's bullshit, because I've already signed for mine. Like, I saw mine come in on Thursday. Because it only had to go up the fucking road a mile. How hard are the pre-university exams there? We don't have those. We don't have pre-university exams. We have a standardized test. You either take the SAT or the ACT, although I'm hearing that the ACT is basically falling out of vogue. In order to get into college, if your GPA is this, you need this score. Some schools don't even require you to have a certain score on your SAT or your ACT. Yeah. Then they do have some placement exams for math. Some do. The top schools, they admit you, and then you take a test to see which math they should put you in, some, which English you should be in. But yeah. Am I wrong to see a bit of racism in this? I wouldn't imagine a white girl would get her diploma withheld, but I guess I don't know American education system. Yeah, I think that truthfully, penalizing a student for over celebrating getting a degree, a diploma, is a stupid thing to do, especially when you probably have a number of kids that aren't graduating. Chicago public schools don't exactly have a reputation for graduating good quality students, but at the same time, like you said, she's going to go to the University of Georgia, or Georgia State, or Georgia Tech, whichever Georgia. Who gives a shit? Like, if it's one of the top 8 prestigious schools in America, cool. Then you're like, holy shit, she's getting into Harvard, she's getting into Yale, Princeton, Brown, Notre Dame. I seriously doubt that the school doesn't have anti-celebration language. My son just graduated and they were strictly forbidden. That's the other thing. Like, parents want to say, oh, but we weren't told. I'm pretty sure that most schools have a handbook that have a generic, like, don't act like a clown phrase. But truthfully, why the fuck are we hemming up a kid who's graduating? Just give her a fucking diploma, give her transcripts, and then fucking don't ever let her back in the building. Put her name, put her fucking name on a list. She can't come back. She can't visit teachers. But what the fuck? Like, be happy she graduated. It's called act like a normal person. Right.
Hold up.
I agree with that. Act like a normal person. I'm gonna play this one. I don't think that this girl understands what she's talking about.
All babies should be DNA tested at birth. Okay, fine. Now your DNA is logged in a database. And maybe you're not the dad of this baby, but ding, 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 we've connected you to 3 fatherless babies that you didn't know about. And guess what? All those mothers are on welfare. And guess what? Now you owe $50,000 in back child support to these 3 different women.
So maybe you're not the father of this baby. Is that what you just said and that what you just glossed over? And what kind of fathers are you talking about? Yeah, I'm not sure what argument you thought you had here, but it's really not landing right now. I don't even know how this lady would make up these scenarios in her head just to make sure that the fathers don't know if the kids are actually theirs. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I know she's talking about a big database, but it's almost like she's saying like the government doesn't have that information already.
All babies should be DNA tested at birth. Okay, fine. Now your DNA is logged in a database. Okay, so and maybe you're not the dad of this baby,
DNA testing at birth thing is starting to get more and more traction. More and more people are talking about this, and this scares the shit out of me. This scares the shit out of me. Because people are willing to give up more and more and more and more and more and more and more of their freedoms. And I don't know why. Should there be a DNA test at birth? There should be a DNA test option at birth. It shouldn't be required. And I don't think it needs to go into a central database. I think really the dad should be pulled into a room and explained his options away from the mom. Because at this point, you're talking about the dad and his legal rights and his medical rights, right? I don't think a DNA test should be required until child support comes into the picture. Well, so here is where I agree with you, but then I disagree with you. France has such a problem with this that DNA tests aren't allowed in France. I don't know the qualifications or the requirements, but it was just tearing families apart. I think there are a lot of situations, far too many situations, where a man finds out he's been raising somebody else's kid for 9 years, 10 years, 13 years. And then the man can't ever get that time back. I saw one where a man was put on child support. The DNA test came back saying, you're not the father. Yeah, if you're on the birth certificate, you're on the hook for child support. Well, I don't think you should be allowed to be on the child. If you want to voluntarily be on the birth certificate, you can voluntarily be on the birth certificate. But I don't think you should ever. I think they should pull the dad aside and be like, okay, the baby's born. Here's your options. We can do a DNA test, or you can sign the birth certificate. Well, I should talk to my wife. No, we can't bring your wife into this discussion. This is you. Because this is your rights, your medical freedom, your medical testing. Like, I think there is another piece to this though that hasn't been talked about. What if the woman didn't fully explain that the baby might not be his? Right, that there's a problem. But the other problem comes in, you have a child who's born, and you take this child to an awful lot of appointments over the years, where they ask for mom and dad's medical history. What good is it doing to be asking my medical history if I'm not the biological father? I don't know why she jumped to a national database, though. It's still private medical data. You're right, because some people move along to weird extremes, because what they do is they build a straw man. And talking about a national database is building a straw man. You built something so you have something to knock down. You don't need to build something so that you have something to knock down. I saw somebody say so many problems would be solved in society if people just kept their pants up. I agree with you. I saw a post going around TikTok or Facebook or one of them where it says it's like a 14-year-old, like teen, like almost looks like a preteen girl, and she's showing a picture of herself, and it's like, to the boy I hooked up with when I was 14, and then they flip the camera around and they say, you have an 11-year-old. I'm sorry. If you're 14 and you're knocking them boots and you get knocked up, how do you not know who the fuck you're hooking up with? We talk about education is the key to solving a lot of things and why it would take 60 years. Because we need to move past. We have a generation of people that are raising a generation of people, and they're teaching them really badly. Let me see if I can find the TikTok, because it makes me laugh. If I can find this one. Because this makes me laugh so much. Yeah, this one. This video cracks me up.
All babies should.
This video cracks me up absolutely so much.
Hey mom, I'm gonna go hang out with my friends. Use protection. I'm 15. I'm 30. Hey mom.
Like, kids don't get it. The one guy went to prison for not paying his child support for a kid that wasn't his. The mother knew it wasn't his and so went after him to ruin his life. Yeah. Happens all the time growing up on military bases. Yup. They get knocked up by the person that knocks... They get knocked up. The person that knocked them up gets stationed to a different base and they never see each other again. Yep. The problem is they can't do math at 15, so they don't understand. Yep. It's a real question. Have you seen the mentality of common teenagers these days? So I'm gonna go a little. I'm not talking about child abuse here in this section, but I'm talking about the find out piece. I think that there is a definite bell curve, right? There's definite bell curve, and somewhere right around here on the bell curve, this is where the abuse starts, right? And we need to stay on the other side of that line. But when you're a kid and you're fucking around, you need to fall into the find out, right? Now my kids, my older kids, they definitely lived in the era of find out. My younger kids, I became a different parent. My older kids, my older daughter, my middle daughter, she is the one that will literally say, stop being so fucking nice and show them how crazy you are. Like, she sees the kinder, softer, gentler parenting, and she's like, where is the fucking guy that used to like take doors off hinges? Like where is that fucking guy? Right? And you know, kids today don't find out. We wonder why kids fuck around. Well, kids don't find out. There's not that fear. My kids were terrified of the belt despite me never once having to use it on them. They grew up to be great young adults. It's what a smart kid you only have to spank once. A really smart kid you only have to threaten once. My impression is that teenage sex is much lower now than it was in my teens. I don't think teenage sex is lower. I think teenage pregnancy is down in certain communities. I think kids are being smarter about the sex they're having. I think abortions are up. Well, they were until recently. I don't think there's any less sex or any more sex. I think the kids are leaving the house less often. Yeah, that's true. Teenage sex is determined by survey and teenage pregnancy rates, so you have lower pregnancy rates reported due to no parental approval for abortion. True, but this is a very, very good point. But if you know how to pull all the data and not just some of the data, right? You pull the abortion rates and the reporting statistics, because when the number of abortions performed on a 17-year-old is 500,000 in a given year, 500,000 17-year-olds had an abortion. You have to add that if your survey over here says sex is at this rate, but your abortion rate is over here. Yes, I understand that some of those 500,000 abortions are due to crimes, but unless we're talking about 500,000 of them, those numbers should be close. Those numbers, or we have a much bigger, different other problem, and then I'm going to take this whole pile of shit, set it on a side desk, because then we have 500,000 sexual assaults against 17-year-olds, and that's going to be a different number. Do they actually track chemical abortions? Some do. There is some statistics, some reporting, because the clinics don't release information. Some of them don't release any. Many of them have to release tied into your JACO inspection. If you're a medical facility, you have JACO inspections. How many procedures have you performed? Like, there's no way to not report that number, because if your number is this, then these other numbers should be this. Your maintenance interval should be this. If your number is that, then it changes the number. They might not give you all the data, and a lot of them get money from the state for the abortions they provide. That's been the Democrats, or I'm sorry, that's been the Republicans' big stomping point. They don't like that. They don't like where the money is coming from. They don't like how it's happening. You're right. It is difficult to extrapolate, but if you get data, you have to include all the data. Because if you don't include the data, it's like the conversation we had earlier today, where the guy was adamant that there were more jobs than job seekers. Yeah, but you're discounting this whole other group of people, which amounted to 6 million people. Like, I would love for there to be nobody on unemployment. I would love for this to be the movie Dave, and everybody who wants a job gets a job. I would love for everybody to have a job, so then we could see how many immigrants we should allow in. But after, like I said, after seeing what's happening in Ireland, I'm not sure if letting any more immigrants in for a while is the good plan. I think we create more problems than we solve. Some of those jobs are people with multiple jobs as well. But that is also true. That is correct. There are many people who work 2 jobs, 3 jobs. There's also a lot of people that are employed, but they're self-employed, but they don't report that. Because when you're driving for DoorDash or Uber Eats or Lyft, you're self-employed.
Hey, Mom.
I'm gonna.
Hey, Mom, I'm gonna go hang out with my friends. Use protection. Mom, I'm only 15. Well, your mom's 30. Multiple jobs aren't counted, though. If you work 2 jobs, you're still considered a single employed person. Right. That is true. But in some of the data, you have to look at it. You have to pull the data apart. What are we reporting? How are we reporting it? For example, some people, like when you get median household income. Median household income gets thrown off when you don't disclose you have 2 full-time jobs. You have 2 full-time jobs, mom has 1 job, your median household income is, or your household income is this, but you're not a 2-income family, you're a 3-income family. Well, that changes the makeup of the number. Not really important for everybody, but really fucking important to the people that are trying to figure out where should the poverty line be in relation to median household income. Because your 3 jobs pulled household income to the right. And that's what you get is GIGO. You get garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have good data, if you can't control your data, people go 19 different directions with it. Like, for example, what I'm really tired of hearing all the time is people talk about the median household income versus the median house price. And they say, with a median household income, my median household income should allow me to buy the median house price. According to who? Where did you make that correlation? Why should the median household price allow you to buy? Why should the median household income allow you to buy the median household price? Your income allows you to buy one of the 49.9% of houses that are cheaper than the median. Because the median number, 49.9 are cheaper, 49.9 are more expensive. So if you're making $77,000 a year, and again, I don't like the fact that we do pre-tax because it doesn't really help you, but you're making $77,000 a year, you can afford a $231,000 house. And when you say, but I can't buy a house because the median household price is $414,000, right? 49.9% of houses are going to be cheaper than that. So you're going to be able to be right here. You're not all the way here in Nowhereville. You're somewhere around right here at $231,000 a year. You're going to be able to afford a very nice house at $77,000 a year. So where is the debate? Oh, well, I can't afford to live where I want. I can't afford to go to Disney World every day. SpaceX had a little pop off today. Yeah. $168 to $172 a share. So they've gone from 161 to 173. They're back down to 168. That's just volume trading. That's everybody wanting to be part of it.
Which other place in the Middle East do you think that as a queer person you would have complete and utter liberation?
Lebanon, Syria, Yemen. Pretty much a lot of the Middle East.
So you can go to gay pride there.
Also, yeah, no, we can't go to gay pride there because in the Middle East it is illegal to be gay there.
Wait, what? Listen to the first part of this again then.
Which other place in the Middle East do you think that as a queer person you would have complete and utter liberation?
Lebanon, Syria, Yemen. Pretty much a lot of the Middle East.
So you can go to gay pride there.
Also, yeah, no, we can't go to gay pride there because in the Middle East it is illegal to be gay there.
Where the fuck is the liberation then? See, this is where I'm starting to lose my sense of humor about all of this. And the reason why I'm starting to lose my sense of humor is what freedoms don't you have? Like, honest to God, the LGBTQ2SIAAAAAAAAA plus movement. Look, it's all bullshit at this point. It's all bullshit. I'm not going to play the alphabet game anymore. Tell me what rights you're being denied. Tell me what rights you're being denied. Let's get to the real shit of the matter. What rights are you being denied? Because until the conversation becomes what rights are you being denied, great, I don't care who you fuck. Get the fuck away from me. What rights are you being denied? Well, we're not being treated, trans women aren't being treated like real women. Right, because they're not biologically. You're mad because you want other people to play your game. I'm sorry. That's not a right you're ever going to get. You want to change what other people say, how other people think, how other people feel, how other people date, how other people fuck. Your right ends at the start of somebody else's rights. So what's the problem? What are we trying to champion here? If you came to me and said, I don't think it's right that transgenders were all kicked out of the military, I'd say I'd agree. However, asthmatics get kicked out of the military. Diabetics get kicked out of the military. Individuals with communicable diseases, regardless of if they picked up that disease in service or not, get kicked out of the military. So the common factor is non-deployable people get kicked out of the military. Well, some of the transgenders, which deployable ones were kicked out? Just like, get me to the ones, well, like 30,000 military members were kicked out for being transgender. Great. But we're not talking about 30,000. Get me to the ones that were deployable that got kicked out. And I want to talk about them. Should non-deployable people be allowed in the reserves? No, because they're non-fucking deployable. They shouldn't be allowed in the military, period. I accept my military retirement was because half I was my PTSD and half was because I couldn't wear body armor because of the shoulder damage. Did it piss me off? Yeah. But when they told me you're being retired because you can no longer wear your body armor, you can no longer do your job, I said, okay, cool. Mental stability is a major necessity for deployable military member. Yep, that's why I got my expedited medical retirement. They literally said it's going to be 3 years until his shoulder is fixed and he needs massive intensive psychotherapy. Just give him his retirement. Yeah, by the time you put on your 12-pound your Kevlar body armor, your level 3, your standard up armor is about 16 pounds. The vest itself is about 4. I'm sorry. It's about 28 pounds. The vest itself is about 4. The plate in the front is 12 pounds. The plate in the back is 12 pounds. So have all that weight sitting on your shoulder, and then on top of that weight sitting on your shoulder, you have 60 to 100 pounds in your bag. And a fucking helmet. And a weapon. And 6 to 8 magazines for your primary weapon. And 6 to 8 magazines for your secondary weapon if you carry a secondary. But yeah, I can't put all that weight on my shoulder. Goodbye. Either one of these two conditions would kick you out. Now, if they were deployable, I want to talk about them. And heaven forbid you have to drag somebody out of danger. Yeah. Movies never show the scene of the commander going to ask a vet to come back from one last job and the vet is in a full body cast. Yeah, that is one thing. Full ruck deployment gear is 120 to 140 pounds. Yeah, about that. By the time you have everything, and if you're not a technician, because on top of all that shit, my hand toolbox was 80 pounds. Yeah. You wonder why every Marine and every 11 Bravo has a bad back and bad knees and bad shoulders and bad joints and bad hips and bad ankles. Because they're carrying, by the time it's all said and done, you're carrying a human being's worth of weight on top of your frame. I feel bad that our society got ahead of itself. but I need to know what we're trying to solve. What are we
Which
trying to
other
solve?
place in the middle?
I don't think anybody knows what we're trying to solve anymore.
Should anonymous reporting be allowed?
No. We shouldn't even have confidential reporting. People are entitled to face their accusers in criminal court. They should be able to face their accusers in CPS court because it is quasi-criminal.
This is a big one. I talk about DCFS, CPS all the time. While we're busy fixing the judicial system, there should no longer be anything known as an anonymous report. Doesn't mean that you have to disclose it, but if it goes to a case, then you have to come in. Like, one thing I will tell people all the time, I don't care how good of a parent you are, CPS is not there to be your friend. CPS is not there to be on your side. When CPS comes to your door, they're going to use heading phrases like abuse or neglect. Those are crimes. Everything you say to the CPS people can be used against you. Get a lawyer. Yeah, we're here from CPS. We're here to talk to you. I don't feel comfortable talking to you without an attorney present. Well, why is that? We're only here for the well-being of the child. Well, you have to understand that I would like a lawyer present. That's why they have family attorneys. And then get one very quickly. This shit needs to stop. I agree. If there should not be confidential reporting. Like in a trial, they should not be based on our report. I'm sorry, what report? From who? Okay, great. Let's get that person in here first. What other ones did I download?
You gotta watch this.
So God created fish to swim, but fish don't take swimming lessons because the swim is already in the fish. God created birds to fly, but birds don't go to flight school because the flight is already in the bird. God created seeds to become trees, but seeds don't take gardening classes because the tree is already in the seed. So you see, success is built in. But here's the part most people miss. If you're doing what God created you to do, success isn't the goal, it's the default. All of God's creation succeeds naturally when it functions according to its design. And humans are exactly the same. The problem is most people are disconnected from their design. Most people are trying to succeed outside of what they were created for. A fish looks untalented on land. A bird looks weak underwater. A seed looks dead on concrete. But none of them are failures. They're just in the wrong environment. So success isn't about effort, it's about alignment. When you're doing what God created you for, there's a different level of grace attached to it.
So this is a really, 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 really big thing. I use that mentality. You are not going to be good at everything. In fact, if you're being completely honest, George Carlin said it, offended a lot of people. Parents are one of the worst fucking people in the world because they fill their children's heads with all of this bullshit. Well, you can be anything you want if you put your mind to it. Really? You can be anything you want if you put your mind to it. I don't think putting my mind to it is going to let me win the gold medal in sprinting. But I put my mind to it. Not saying that I can't become more physically fit. I can go for a run. I can get faster. I can improve. I can be better. But don't tell people they can be whatever they want. Because they can't. There's an environment for people. There's an environment that people will be successful in. Parents are some of the worst people when it comes to what is my kid, how am I going to help my kid? And I'm guilty of this as well. The big problem I have is I've been trying to give my kids advice, right? On how to live in a world that I don't understand because I'm giving them 1995 advice for the 2025, 2026 issues. Problem is parents promise an outcome rather than the promise of opportunity. That is the problem. You can try to be anything you want. You can try to be anything you want. And even then, sometimes somebody needs to come up to you and tell you that ain't gonna work. One of my friends would have had a massive improvement in his life if he went the trades path instead of the college path like the rest of us. Yep. When I was 18 years old, I was engaged at 18. I wanted to join the Air Force. I was already a sophomore in college. I wanted to join the Air Force. I had a plan. I was going to get a Pop-Tart job. If you're not familiar with what a Pop-Tart job is, a Pop-Tart job is a really, really easy job in the military. It's a job that has the shortest possible tech school. So in the Air Force at the time, basic training was 6 weeks, 7 with 0 week. And then Pop-Tart school for like logistics was 6 weeks. So I was going to do that, go to school full time at night, right? And then get my degree and then commission from inside active duty. My father was adamantly against the plan, completely against it. Put up roadblocks in my way. Told me he wasn't going to give me my birth certificate. Told me he wasn't going to give me my social security card. So I'd lose time ordering all that shit. Now, the thing is that I inevitably did go into the Air Force and I inevitably did get my commission. But if I had gone in when I wanted to, I wouldn't have met my wife. I wouldn't have these kids. I'd probably have kids. My father admits that he was wrong. My father said, your time in the military was the happiest time I'd ever seen you. You acclimate really well to the military. When I went into the military, they gave us that aptitude test. 99% aptitude to being a military officer. 97% aptitude to being military enlisted. 91% being a teacher. And then I didn't have anything in the 80s or the high 70s. My next thing was in the low 70s. Being military was my thing. Parents need to stop thinking they know better because they don't know better. It's like that scene in Moneyball where Brad Pitt says, I've sat at you at those tables and you've told those parents, when I know, and with your kid, I know, and you don't. You don't know. All you can do as a parent is support. All you can do as a parent is support your kids when you think they're making the right decision and not support them when you think they're making the wrong decision, but don't put roadblocks in their way. Don't become a millstone around their neck. If you don't want to put your support behind them, just say, I'm not putting my support behind this. I'm not going to get in your way. Well, you're controlling my life. No, I'm controlling my investment. What else did I download?
Bill Maher was caught off guard by how logical this response turned out to be.
Trump is putting the Robert E. Lee name back on buildings. I mean, are you down with that?
So when I was at West Point, I actually lived in Robert E. Lee Barracks when I was there. And as I said,
Robert E. Lee went to West Point.
Yes, he did. That's why the barracks is named after him. My brother, sister, and I are matriculated through West Point. We all graduated. And I'll never forget walking under the threshold of Robert E. Lee Barracks and think to myself, damn. This is one hell of a country. Because only in America can someone like me walk into a building named after a Confederate general and then be a successful West Point graduate. If we start changing the names on buildings, then every single building would be named Jesus Christ based on perfection. I bring that up because I want to talk about the progress, and the idea of us changing names on buildings actually doesn't harken us back to times where they weren't as good. My wife is white and we have 3 biracial children, and I cannot wait to show them and take them to places that wasn't always the case. There was a time when your mother and daddy could not be married. My children are going to have the opportunity to be second lining down in New Orleans. That is America. Yes. And I do not want to take down these statues and change the names of these buildings because they're a reminder of what was. And if we don't remember it, we are doomed to repeat it.
That's spot on. That is absolutely spot on. We take away all the Confederate generals. Why? Are we pretending the Civil War didn't happen? We already fill American history up with a bunch of bullshit anyway. We already have turned American history into a fucking narrative for whatever agenda you want. Look, it's real simple, right? Technically, the 19th Amendment didn't have to exist. the 19th Amendment didn't have to exist. Just show me in the Constitution where it limited voting to men only. We had to pass a fucking amendment to remind states that they can't discriminate based on race. Are we going to take away the 19th Amendment? Because we passed an amendment before that gave black people the right to vote, and somehow that got interpreted to black men only. We are living in a fucking world that is the result of every day that came before us. We can't stop believing in what we learned from the days that came before us. The problem is, we want to pretend like the shit didn't exist. And then we want to say, well, if we had another opportunity to make it better. We have that opportunity every single day. As a country, as a community, as a society, as a race, as a people, as a nation, we have the right, the ability, the opportunity to fix things, and we choose not to. From earlier in the show, the enrollment cliff is here. Which schools will survive it? As the number of New York high schooler graduates drop, colleges will close, some will merge, and others may change beyond recognition. Oh, because... Okay. The series of the future of high school education started with this simple... Apparently, I can't read this one. Because I can't legally go around paywalls while I'm streaming. There's ways to go around paywalls, but I can't teach them. As the number of, but this is an article I've seen multiple times from other regions. As the total number of high school graduates drops, or the total number of college-bound students drop, colleges are going to start being faced with, we have too many colleges. Your son wants to take that path. He wants to commission from within. I'm not supporting him because those people are like 2% of the military. He's not even close to the top 50% of his class. So I told him he's not going to succeed. That's not the plan for him. He really wants to try, and I keep telling him he's not going to get selected because his ass won't put in the effort. I don't know about the Navy. I know the Navy is smaller. The Air Force, approximately 25% of the Air Force's prior E-commissions. You got about 50% is Academy, 25% ROTC, 25% prior E-commissions. But yes, it is very, very difficult to commission in some of the other branches from within, because you're competing now with room for improvement reports. And they're like, we don't want somebody that's room for improvement. We want somebody from outside that we can teach who doesn't already have bad habits. But I know the Navy is a lot smaller of bootstrappers because of how the Navy is. Just how the Navy's performance reports work, which I think is better than the way the Air Forces ever did. If we want to become independent chip manufacturers, we will need more people to make big rocks and little rocks. What we need is, we legitimately need to figure out as a country, what are our concerns? Oh, he's a specific program? Okay. We need to figure out what it is we need. Like for me, I don't want to think about the bigger, better deal, the big picture, until we fix the problem of Americans can't read, they can't write, they can't do math, they can't feed themselves. But Americans are too stupid to understand why the situation is the way it is. So how do we fix it? And I don't know the answer. I wish I knew the answer, but I don't know the answer.
Bill Maher was caught off guard by...
I don't know what the answer is. What's this? I downloaded this one for a reason.
I want to make sure I'm respectful. Is it Miss Jones or Miss Wallace Jones?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Okay, wow. Okay, didn't expect that one. But I think I see where this is going.
Somebody invoked their Fifth Amendment rights about their fucking name. About their name. Is this the fucking world we're living in? You can't even get her name out of her because of her Fifth Amendment rights. Yeah, we've got some fucking problems. The Carmelo Anthony thing.
You know what? Maybe it's okay that Carmelo Anthony was found guilty, because if this isn't overturned and that judge and DA aren't fired and possibly jailed, then maybe Texas doesn't exist anymore.
What the fuck did the judge and the DA do? What the fuck is wrong? What the fuck is wrong with the people in our country? Why would the judge or the DA get fired? What the fuck? The judge did the judge's job. Now, is it possible we've got a little bit of a problem with the judge because the judge allowed, the judge didn't give what many people who know the particulars, right? There was a Batson objection made. A Batson objection, if you're not familiar with it, if I'm the defense attorney, remember we talked about earlier in the show, each attorney, the defense attorney and the prosecutor, they get a finite number of throwaways. I'm going to say, I believe it was 5. It might have been 4. If I use a throwaway on somebody because they're black, then I raise a Batson objection. I'm the defense attorney. I say, I'm gonna raise a Batson inquiry. I need to know exactly what the prosecution's justification for removing that person was. Now, remember, it can be for any reason other than race. Well, I don't have the details, but I know the defense raised at least one Batson objection and the judge overruled it. Well, that's appealable. But why would the judge and the prosecutor lose their job? They were teachers. As long as there were no white teachers on the jury, should be fine, right? Yeah, I believe that is what I believe. It was, I believe it was teachers that they removed. Prosecution. And what I don't get, though, is why the judge would allow that door to open. Be like, what's your justification? All you have to do is put a justification on record. They're a teacher. And I've used my other 3 excusals for teachers. Okay. You can take that district attorney, you can bring them up on ethics charges and ethics review. Why'd you remove all teachers? Because I thought that it was too hot button of an issue, given the fact that this happened at a school track meet. I didn't feel that teachers could be impartial. Oh. So, okay. The problem is another fact that people aren't realizing, this is justice for Carmelo Anthony. He was offered a fucking plea deal. And I think that's what's not getting enough attention. He was offered a plea deal early on in the proceedings. And as I've said on the show many, many times, 97% of criminal court cases in America are resolved with a plea bargain. He was offered a plea deal. Although there wasn't a formal one, I would be shocked if there was absolutely no discussion. I'm gonna have to dig into that, because I heard in one place he was offered a plea deal, and now I'm seeing he wasn't. Yeah, he refused the deal because it gave his parents the opportunity of months and months and months and months. No, I saw one place he was offered a plea deal, and then it says now he's not offered a plea deal. But I would be shocked if the prosecutor didn't offer a plea deal, because 97% of American criminal cases are resolved with a plea deal. Why? Because it gets the fucking case off the docket. Now, maybe the prosecutor didn't offer one. It would be kind of weird in this one. Or maybe I'd have to look into it. Maybe they were going to offer one, and then once he went with the affirmative defense plea deal, yeah, his parents screwed him. That's who screwed Carmelo Anthony. They got the fucking wish bin Temu bargain bottom lawyer, and they kept the rest of the money. If there was a plea deal, it was reduced to manslaughter. Yeah, it probably would have been reduced to manslaughter, and then hope that the judge doesn't slap on the deadly weapon enhancement like what happened to the other kid. Okay. This is a very, very, very often asked question. Can you appeal if you take a plea deal? You can. But it is very difficult to do so. It's very difficult to do so because during your plea hearing, you're admitting guilt. Sometimes what people do is they take a plea deal, they serve their probation, they serve their whatever, and then they appeal because they say, like I've talked about on the show, prosecutors in this country do a lot of horizontal and vertical overstacking and overcharging. Well, to give you the example, so we've got you on first-degree burglary, but we're also going to charge you with possession of stolen goods. We're also going to possession of burglary tools. We're also going to charge you with trespassing, right? So now they're charging you with 4 things. Well, this is horizontal overcharging because they're hitting you with all the crimes. In my state, if you're charged with burglary, that automatically removes possession of stolen goods, possession of burglary tools, and trespassing. Because to commit burglary, you must have trespassed. Because burglary is the unlawful removal of goods that don't belong to you. Well, if I'm already unlawfully removing goods that don't belong to me, how are you going to charge me with trespassing? It's already included with the higher charge. But when they want you to take the plea bargain, they charge you with that. Or they charge you with, say, they're like, hey, look, we got you dead to rights, dead bang on a video camera, shooting the guy. You've made a statement that it was self-defense. The video cooks you. Let's do this. Let's not charge you with murder or homicide. Let's charge you with or murder or manslaughter. Let's charge you with reckless homicide. You're 3 to 5. If you take the plea, 3 to 5, and we'll ask the judge for 3, you're out in 1. Now you go to court and the judge doesn't take 3, the judge says 5. Well, then you can withdraw your plea bargain. You're like, this isn't what I agreed to. But as far as appealing, there has to be a reason why on a guilty plea you're appealing. Now, one of it could be my life, my liberty, my livelihood. They were going to put me in jail for 4 to 7 years if I lost. They horizontally or vertically overcharged me, so I took the plea bargain. I did my probation. I'm completely scot-free now, but now I'd like to appeal it because I'd like this conviction overturned so it can be expunged from my record. That happens. So what do most states do? Most states have a yearly thing where you can ask the governor for a pardon. Why? Because the governor can go through 3, 4, 5, 6, 700 of those a year, issue pardons and expunge people's records, rather than having 3, 4, 5, 6, 700 go through the appeal. Most of the time, it's the issue with the council, right? For example, you guys have heard me say this. If a defense attorney ever says they'll handle it for a flat rate, get a new defense attorney. As I've said, the way defense attorneys do this is here's the prosecutor, here's the defense attorney, and every Friday when they go, like in DV court is only on Fridays, arraignments are only on Fridays. Your defense attorney walks in on this particular Friday and he's got you right around here. You're like his dead middle person. Well, the prosecutor doesn't want 9 cases hanging out. So the prosecutor says, okay, 1, 2, and 3, you're representing they're going to jail. And I've watched the prosecutor say this shit. The prosecutor's like, I'll cut a deal, but on numbers 1, 2, and 3, they're going to jail. They're serving some time. Right? They're doing some time. And the defense attorney will say, okay, you're absolutely right. 1, 2, and 3, they got to do some time. Let's talk about the time. But if you're going to tell me 1, 2, and 3 are got to go to jail, then I want a dismissal on this guy. I want a dismissal on this guy. I want probation on this guy. And I want the DV pre-trial diversion on this guy. And so what happened is the first 4 cases he could probably win in trial got horse traded for the bottom 3 that he knows his client is going to jail. So now what he's trying to do is limit the amount of jail time. Well, what does that do for you? Well, it leaves you in the middle where you just get a continuance. And what your lawyer says is, I wasn't really able to get anything resolved for you today. Let's kick the tires in 30 days. And what you're hoping for is here's the prosecutor, here's the district attorney. And what you're hoping for is in 30 days that you're not in this box of people where the prosecutor is now looking at your case saying that person's getting some jail time. You're hoping that you're up here in one of these boxes where he could deal with you. So he's going to say, okay, yeah, my guy Jay over here, he just needs a dismissal. This case is weak as shit. And the prosecutor would be like, okay, you can get that as long as these 3 assholes all plead guilty and get off my fucking record. Your top 2 guys can get dismissals this week. Do I think that should be illegal? Yes, the fuck I do think it should be illegal. What is the point of the pardon if it doesn't expunge the record? When you get pardoned, it's like you didn't commit the crime, but the record exists. If you get pardoned, then you have to go through a separate proceeding to get your record sealed or expunged. If you get pardoned, every state is different. In my state, if you get pardoned, they expunge those charges off your record as part of the process. Because the governor is saying you're forgiven and we're giving you your life back. Remember I talked about that debt to society thing? What makes me mad is that you have a person that goes to jail. They don't get in any trouble when they're in jail. They get out, they get paroled. They don't have any parole violations. And then they're done. Their debt to society is paid. But then they can't get a job because they've got this conviction. Can state governors commute sentences? Yes, for state crimes. The President of the United States is who commutes federal sentences. The President of the United States cannot pardon state offenses. Governors cannot pardon federal offenses. I'm going to show this last one.
Maybe it's okay.
Because this one is, I understand the thought process here, but we've got to be smarter as a society.
Okay, don't feel put on the spot. How much is 1 + 1?
I'm going to take a wild guess and go 2.
No, not always. So if you were to add one pile of laundry plus one pile of laundry, 1 plus 1 is 1. If you add one cloud plus one cloud, 1 plus 1 is 1. So in the real world, it doesn't equal 2. And this is very important because every time we give an answer based on our absolute understanding of things, we're no different from robots. And you want to be different from a robot because robots don't fall in love. They're not happy. They don't have any agency. Now, if somebody were to ask you, how much is 1 plus 1? All of a sudden, you have a choice that you didn't have before. And that means you're going to be present. You're going to pay attention to context and then decide.
When you ask the question, of course, what my mind does is it goes back to second grade, whatever it was, and I can see the very academic 1 plus 1 on a blackboard. And I think what you rightfully said, which is in the real world, it depends.
So when you don't know, you pay attention. It's just that simple.
Right.
And when you recognize that nobody knows, then everything becomes new again. That's top down. You just accept you don't know. And then you're going to be present. Bottom up is walk outside, a place you've lived for 10, 15, 30 years, whatever. Notice 3 new things. Notice 3 new things about the person you live with, 3 new things about a friend, 3 new things about your work environment. And every time you do this, you're seeing that something you thought you knew, you didn't know as well as you thought you did. And that eventually brings you to the understanding, hey, I don't really know anything.
So, yeah, 1 cloud plus 1 cloud equals the clouds at the size of 2, so those 2 clouds are still 2. Well, no, it doesn't. Because it's an abstract. It's an abstract of 1 cloud plus 1 cloud is still 1 cloud. If they merge, they're 1 cloud. I think 1 pile of laundry plus 1 pile of laundry equals 1 larger pile of laundry. But then higher level thinking, maybe it's just because I'm neurodivergent, 1 pile of laundry equals 1 load of laundry. 1 pile of laundry plus 1 pile of laundry equals 1 big pile of laundry, but also equals 2 loads of laundry. I really like, I like where she got. Yeah, it's 2 times the size, right? 1 small fry plus 1 small fry dumped into a bag equals 1 medium fry, or 1 bag of 2 fries. Because what you're doing is you're kind of getting into multiplication now. Multiplication is 2 groups of 1, 1 group of 2. Yeah, 1 plus 1 equals 2, because now this is no longer 1 load of laundry, it's 2. But I don't like the example, but I like where she gets into everything else. But then grumpy old man gets to it. Yeah, notice 3 new things. What if they're negative? Like, it's great to say go out and look for new things. But what if they're negative things? What if the things you stumble upon are negative? Sometimes your body has a self-defense mechanism. And that self-defense mechanism is oblivious. You stop looking at things because you stop looking at things because you don't want to see them. I think it comes down to the container. Water in a cup is different than water dumped on the floor. 2 cups added together, you still have 2 cups. But 2 cups on the floor is 1 puddle. Yeah, agreed. I agree with you. 1 packet of 5 plus 1 packet of 5 equals 2 packs of 5. The moment you include the modifier pile of laundry, we stop talking about the 10 towels and talk about piles. Right, exactly. Which is why I showed that, because of it's an interesting way to change your perspective. But then she gets into the other part. She says, wonderful. I've now noticed that life sucks 3 times worse now. Thanks for the advice, fuckface. Right. And I think that's I think that is the litmus test. That is the warning. That is the indicator. I tell you to go out into the world and be mindful and notice 3 new things today. In my generation, that was probably going to turn out okay. We were probably going to notice like 3 new things. Like, I'll tell you guys, the other day, I've lived here for 9 years. this time. I've lived here for 9 years this time. Before, when I was here from 2007 until 2000. Well, I was here on and off from 2002 to 2009. I moved down here with my wife in 2007. But I'd been coming to this area for the 5 years prior to that. Tuesday coming out of an appointment, there was a detour. I spent 25 minutes driving in places I've never been within 30 minutes of my house. I didn't know how all the subdivisions, and I just decided, you know what? I don't have anywhere to be for 25 minutes. I just want to slow roll, getting my way home. I knew which way I was going, which heading I was going. It was nice to do, right? It was nice to do. Did I learn anything new? Yeah. Get on one of the two main thoroughfares back this way. So she tried to mess with math just to say stop and smell the roses. I think what she did is she gave new perspective. She's conflating numbers of groups with the value of each group. I think what she's doing is giving perspective. It's an interesting perspective. I would take that perspective and I would go a step further with it. And what I would say is, her logic follows suit with depression. And the reason why I would say that is, when you're depressed, one problem plus one problem equals one really big problem. But how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. How do you solve a really big problem? Well, no one's expecting you to get done with all the laundry today. Just do one load. Just take one bite out of the problem. It's an interesting perspective, but it's one of those top level perspective sort of deals where it's great that you're giving somebody a top level perspective, but they can't think on that level. We shouldn't be giving lessons on thought without the buildup. And that's where, like the guy that was here earlier obviously had some point about immigration they wanted to get to. But they didn't want to go through the you're wrong. Like, I'm sorry, you're just wrong. You're not counting the other 6 million people. When you have that much laundry, you cheat and go to the laundromat with industrial-sized machines. Sure, some people do. Some people do. Some people don't understand the value of having a washer and dryer in your house. With that said, I've got some stuff I got to go take care of. I do apologize for not being here Wednesday. My daughter had an appointment. She doesn't like to drive into St. Louis by herself, so I took her, and her appointment was at 11:15. So, like, by the time we were out and back, shot the whole day in the ass. I'm here next week, and then I'm on vacation again for a week. I'm still waiting for some blood work stuff. I am back in treatment, though. I got the clearance to stab myself, so it was the first time I'd been able to take an injection in like 32 days. So I'm really happy that all the blood work said, yes, I can keep staying on my treatment. I'm waiting for my CT scan on my chest to be finished. I mean, I did it, but I'm waiting for them. So I'm planning on being back Monday. And then I heard the first track of the Bossa Nova Christmas album. It sounds pretty good. I will see you guys next week.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a